This hearing will come to order. Wish you all a good morning. Welcome to today's hearing, which we have entitled Tracking the Storm at the National Hurricane Center. We're here today to examine the situation that has developed over the past few weeks at the National Hurricane Center. Now, things may be relatively calm over the Atlantic, but I think that it has been somewhat stormy at the center, and this is a situation that must be resolved so this organization can do its important work for the public, forecasting hurricanes and issuing warnings to the emergency management community and to the public. They have been an extremely important part of my life for many, many years that I've lived on the Gulf Coast of this country, where we have had some fairly serious storms, as you all know. Today we'll hear from Mr. Bill Proenza, who was asked by Admiral Lautenbacher to become the director of the Hurricane Center in December of last year. Mr. Proenza did not apply for this job or ask to be considered for the opening created by the retirement of Mr. Max Mayfield. Mr. Proenza was well known to the southern region and by his superiors at NOAA headquarters. He led the Southern Region Office of the National Weather Service for the past 7 years, and due to that position, served on the NOAA corporate board. By all accounts, he has a reputation for speaking his mind and occasionally ruffling feathers in an effort to change the way things are done inside the National Weather Service when he believed that it was in the public interest to do so. So NOAA leadership selected an experienced and dedicated NWS, National Weather Service manager, to be the new director of the Hurricane Center. Now, before he has been in the position for even a single hurricane season, NOAA has dispatched an assessment team to the center. A number of employees at the center have become upset enough to call for Mr. Proenza to step down, and Admiral Lautenbacher has placed Mr. Proenza on temporary leave from the position he asked him to accept just 7 months ago. In the background, we have some other controversies. Shortly after his appointment to the Hurricane Center, Mr. Proenza drew attention to the fact that a satellite, QuickScat, that provides data used in forecasting was beyond its design life, and if it failed, forecasts could be degraded. And as I understand it, he wanted NOAA to prepare for this possibility and have a plan to replace it. His statements to the press about this issue clearly made NOAA headquarters uncomfortable enough that acting director of the Weather Service, Mary Glacken, issued Mr. Proenza a memo on June 14th stating the belief that Mr. Proenza's statements were undermining confidence in the center's forecasting abilities. What's going on? And that's all we'd like to know. This is a hurricane season. The only storms the center should be dealing with are those that form out in the ocean. I still don't fully understand why Admiral Lautenbacher believed that dispatching an assessment team with little experience or knowledge of the National Weather Service or forecasting to the center was the appropriate way to deal with staff complaints about Mr. Proenza. It seems the arrival of the assessment team exacerbated problems with the staff and has left the National Hurricane Center without a director. Is this the case of a disruptive, renegade manager that has mistreated and alienated the staff at the National Hurricane Center and has put its forecast and warning mission in jeopardy? Or has NOAA leadership helped to foster staff resentment of Mr. Proenza and used this resentment to justify removing a career employee who embarrassed NOAA's leadership by pointing out the shortcomings in the agency budgets and their failure to plan for future replacement of essential forecasting equipment? I don't know, but we're going to try to figure it out and to figure out what has happened. At a minimum, NOAA leadership has made at least two bad decisions. First, either Mr. Proenza was the wrong choice to lead the Hurricane Center in December, or it was premature to send in an assessment team and remove him in July. The second bad decision was the Admiral's failure to inform me and two other members of this committee that he met with on June 27th of the potential problems at the Hurricane Center, or his plan to send an assessment team there on July the 2nd. It's clear from the documents we received last night, Admiral Lautenbacher not only was aware of the problems, but had already set the plans in motion to dispatch the assessment team to Miami. We cannot afford any more bad decisions. It's hurricane season, and if we want to make it personal, I can. I live there, where we have been displaced multiple times from our homes, damage to our homes, fright to our children. The people at the center need to work together to perform the essential task this nation needs, providing forecasts and warnings of hurricanes. The center needs strong, competent leadership to serve the public. This is serious business, and we need to straighten this out before we are in the midst of a real storm. I will call now on the chairman of our Oversight Committee, the distinguished Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Chairman Lamson. I also don't know what is going on here, but I'd like to know, and I think it merits a closer look by these two committees and by Congress. And I agree with Mr. Lamson that the work of the TPC, the Tropical Protection Center, is important to a lot of Americans. Important to Mr. Lamson and his district. It's important to me in North Carolina. In the last 11 years, North Carolina has been badly damaged by a number of storms, but particularly Floyd and Fran have done a great deal of damage. And it is important that we have the best forecasting of those storms that we possibly can, so we can be prepared to minimize the damage. On first impression, what has happened at the Tropical Prediction Center, the TPC, sounds like office politics, particularly bad office politics, particularly vicious office politics, but office politics, something that happens every day all across America. There are disgruntled employees who are having trouble adjusting to a new manager, not getting along with a new manager. There's a new manager, a new director who's trying to adjust to a new set of employees, to a new chain of command. But on closer look, there are certainly parts of this that don't appear to add up, facts that don't quite add up. Something doesn't seem quite right, and it certainly merits a closer look by Congress to see if it is just particularly toxic office politics or something that should concern us more than that. And we know that Mr. Proenza, Bill Proenza, before being named director of the Tropical Prediction Center, the TPC, in Miami, had been a strong, well-regarded leader through 7 years as head of the National Weather Service in the southern region. By all reports, Mr. Proenza had a strong relationship with the Weather Service Union. He was seen by line employees as one of their staunchest advocates, staunchest supporters. The contrast to the apparently toxic relationship to the employees of the TPC could not be stronger, could not be more striking. We would assume that if Admiral Lautenbacher was convinced that Mr. Proenza would be the right replacement for Max Mayfield, he must have thought that Mr. Proenza was a competent leader and manager. He would not have called Mr. Proenza to ask him to take that position if he did not think that. It doesn't make sense. That is why we are here today, trying to understand why an apparently proven leader with a known track record has come to find himself in such grave trouble with his own employees and his own managers. But once you look past the apparently spontaneous rebellion by employees at the lab at the TPC and look at what has happened at the management level above Mr. Proenza in the chain of command, not below him, there are further questions about what the real reason is for what has gone wrong. And the question becomes whether Mr. Proenza was pushed out, or is being pushed out, because he was a critic within NOAA, not because of his difficulties in dealing with his employees. Is it because he was a whistleblower? Because he was willing to stand up to the people who are higher than him in the hierarchy, not because of his relationship with people below him in the hierarchy. Mr. Proenza called attention to the failure of NOAA to take aggressive steps to find a replacement for QuickScat. I don't claim to know all the technical details of QuickScat, but that isn't something that Mr. Proenza has talked about again and again. Some have criticized his criticisms, his comments, and the science that are the basis for some of his observations. But Mr. Proenza, like all of us, has had to rely on his staff for the information. So if he is wrong about that, there's certainly blame to go around. It is not all his fault. And it certainly is not his fault for raising those questions, questions that many within NOAA, within the Weather Service, are raising. And it's hard to argue that the degradation of QuickScat or one model matters more than another, and where all that misses the point that virtually everyone in the meteorological community, all the people who really do know what they're talking about when it comes to this, agree that they do need QuickScat. So the loss of QuickScat is a real problem. The source for Mr. Proenza's information shows up in NOAA presentations to the National Research Council in April. In February's Interagency Strategic Research Plan for Tropical Cyclones, produced by the Office of Federal Coordinator of Meteorology, to argue about the projected degradation or whether one model matters more than another just misses the point. He's called attention to the amount of money that NOAA has spent on celebrating its 200th anniversary, an amount that appears to be more than $4 million over fiscal year 2006-2007, this fiscal year, if you include the cost of employees working on the issue. He's opposed the Weather Service downsizing, which had been one of the hallmarks of Mr. Johnson's tenure at the Weather Service. But for that, he has earned the gratitude of Congress and of the employees' union. Not every manager welcomes a critic within the agency, but Congress certainly does. It is certainly easier for us to do our job in oversight if we did not face a smooth wall of unanimity, of one opinion without variation. And Mr. Proenza has certainly been willing to be a critic and to raise questions that has helped us do our job. Mr. Chairman Lamson, I look forward to the questions. I look forward to the answers. I look forward to finding out more about whether this is simply a case of office politics or it's a case of an agency not welcoming the criticisms of Mr. Proenza.
Thank you, Chairman Miller. The Chair now recognizes Mr. Inglis, the ranking member of the Environment Subcommittee, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great nations have governments that ask questions of themselves, and so we're here to ask some questions. The loyal opposition, I suppose, as to the administration, that would be my colleagues to my left, naturally smell rats from time to time. And it could be that there's a rat. The two chairmen have just spoken about how perhaps this is a critic who's being silenced. I think the evidence may show here today that it is equally plausible that what we have here is a mismatched manager and a personnel matter and nothing more. So we have a hearing. Great nations have governments that ask questions of themselves, and we're here to ask those questions. And we've heard some speculation about some real rats out there. But it may be, as I say, a fairly straightforward personnel matter. It appears that the administration put a highly recommended and well-qualified director into the office of the hurricane director. Thereafter, about half of the staff at that center signed a letter asking that Mr. Proenza be removed. Perhaps they were acting on some personal vendetta. That may be shown here today. Or perhaps they just didn't like his management style. In any event, the administrator clearly did the right thing by appointing an independent panel to investigate the situation. That panel was chaired by Dr. Jim Turner, who will testify here today. Chairman Lamson mentioned that this fellow may not have expertise in hurricane forecasting, and I would ask, if you think it's a management matter, why would you care if the fellow had expertise in hurricanes? The question is management, if it's a personnel matter, in which case you could hire a consulting firm to go in and ask questions. It happens all the time. The consultants don't necessarily know how to make a chemical product in a chemical factory. They don't have to. They're asking management questions. And so if that's what it was, it's pretty clear that it's appropriate to appoint a panel and go ask management-related questions. We can agree that Mr. Proenza has a distinguished resume and a history of positive performance reviews. Because of his success as Southern Regional Director of the National Weather Service, he appeared qualified for the NHC Director position. In his new role, he became concerned about the potential loss of the QuickSat satellite. Some, as I understand it, would agree with Mr. Proenza that QuickSat helps forecasters better understand the behavior of tropical storms. Others would assert that Mr. Proenza exaggerated the impacts of the potential loss of a QuickSat. Mr. Proenza's management style will be discussed here today. Surely we need a steady and reliable hand at the wheel at the National Hurricane Center. With the peak of hurricane season fast approaching, Admiral Lautenbacher was told that Mr. Proenza had become so disruptive that forecasters were saying they could no longer do their jobs. We will hear today that Mr. Proenza's management style became such an issue that his immediate supervisors lost confidence, his employees lost confidence, and the independent operational assessment team lost confidence in his ability to manage the center. We will hear that Admiral Lautenbacher decided that Mr. Proenza, as qualified as he had been at the outset, was perhaps miscast as a director of the center. I hope that my colleagues in the press will stay around to hear the testimony of Admiral Lautenbacher and Dr. Turner, to hear, as Paul Harvey says, the rest of the story. Although it seems odd not to accord a senior administration official the courtesy of testifying at the outset of this hearing today, and the chairman and I have had discussions about that, I trust that we will all wait to form conclusions until all of the witnesses have testified. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Inglis. And the chair will now recognize Mr. Sensenbrenner, the ranking member on the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In December of 2006, Mr. Bill Proenza was announced as the director of the Tropical Prediction Center. In July of 2007, after his superiors, employees, and an independent assessment team questioned his management of the TPC, the administrator of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration placed Mr. Proenza on temporary leave pending the final recommendation of an assessment team. The independent assessment team unequivocally found that the TPC could not operate effectively under Mr. Proenza's leadership. Our country is in the middle of a hurricane season. After Hurricane Katrina, everyone is aware of how dangerous this season can be. The Tropical Prediction Center compiles data about ocean temperature, wind speed and direction, barometric pressure, and other factors, and uses this data to forecast hurricanes. When a storm is within 3 days of a potential landfall, the TPC issues official forecasts and warnings every 6 hours. As the storm gets closer to land, the forecasts are updated even more frequently. Lives depend on the work at the TPC. Last month, in the midst of an investigation of NASA's Inspector General, I warned that we risk creating a culture of overzealous oversight. I reiterate that point today. There is a fine line between good oversight and harmful interference. Playing politics with hurricane forecasters endangers the lives of people the TPC works to protect. Admiral Conrad Lautenbacher, the Undersecretary of Commerce for Oceans and Atmosphere, placed Mr. Proenza replace Mr. Proenza because he was an ineffective director. In spring of this year, Mr. Proenza made several exaggerated and inaccurate public statements complaining about a lack of resources and funding at the TPC, the potential failure of one of the TPC satellites, and NOAA's use of funds for the 200th anniversary celebration of the Coastal Survey. In an independent assessment of the TPC performed by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, reviewers observed that Mr. Proenza made statements about the limited lifetime of the QuickSat satellite and the resulting impact on forecasts, quote, without context or caveat, unquote. The reviewers further reported that many staff believe that Mr. Proenza intentionally misrepresented their views and repeated certain false claims even after he was corrected. On June 18th, Mary Glocken, the acting director of the National Weather Service, received phone calls from 11 employees of the TPC, including 7 out of the 9 hurricane forecasters, raising concerns about Mr. Proenza's leadership. The employees complained that Mr. Proenza interfered with their ability to do their jobs. On June 19th, Ms. Glocken communicated her fears to Admiral Lautenbacher. The Admiral then sent an independent assessment team from NIST to report on the situation. Meanwhile, staff discontent was increasing. 3 senior forecasters called for Mr. Proenza's removal, and nearly half of the 46 staff members at the TPC signed a petition demanding his removal because, according to the center staff, the effective functioning of the center was at stake with Mr. Proenza as its director. On July 6th, the NIST assessment team requested that Mr. Proenza be placed on leave because he was jeopardizing the center's ability to do its job. 3 days later, Admiral Lautenbacher informed Mr. Proenza that he was being placed on leave. Upon completion of its report, the independent team's recommendation was unequivocal. Quote, the current TPC director should be reassigned and not allowed to return to his position at the center. This should be done due to his failure to demonstrate leadership within the TPC, unquote. Such substantial questions were raised about Mr. Proenza that a failure to replace him would have been irresponsible. During the subcommittee's investigation of NASA's Inspector General, the majority continuously objected to having an Inspector General in place who did not have the confidence of his staff. In the present situation, employees had made similar complaints and raised the same concerns about Mr. Proenza's leadership. I have no doubt that if Mr. Proenza was still serving as the director of the TPC, the subcommittee would be waiving the employee petition in front of Admiral Lautenbacher, demanding that he take action. Mr. Proenza's name would have been added to the growing list of personnel decisions demanded of the administration by Congress. Instead, the majority is questioning the veracity of the employees' complaints. In a July 12th letter to Admiral Lautenbacher, 5 Democratic congressmen wrote that, quote, it is alleged that staff was pressured to sign on to what became a well-publicized letter of complaint against Mr. Proenza. I have no idea who made this allegation. According to the Orlando Sentinel, staffers at the TPC angrily objected to suggestions that some were pressured into signing the letter. The center's administrative officer said no one was pressured to sign that letter, but they aren't calling the people who signed it to find it. Why not? I smell politics at work here, unquote. Conspicuously, none of the employees who worked under Mr. Proenza at the TPC are here to testify today. Instead, the majority invited 2 emergency management officials who worked with him when he served in his former position as Southern Regional Director for the Weather Service. No one has raised any issues about Mr. Proenza's effectiveness in that role. The complaints here have all been about his ability to lead the TPC. It appears that the majority has held today's hearing and questioned the independence of the center staff without even talking to the staff that made the complaints. Dr. James Turner is here to testify about the findings of the independent assessment team, but he was here because he was invited by the Republicans. The majority was prepared to hold a hearing investigating the replacement of Mr. Proenza without inviting the independent assessors who reported on the management of the TPC or the TPC employees whose recommendations and complaints led to Dr. Proenza's replacement. No wonder the center's administrative officer smelled politics. None of us here are strangers to politics, but to disregard our country's readiness to obtain a political advantage extends beyond recklessness. I am disappointed that I have to state what should be the obvious. An unwarranted interference with the operation of a small hurricane center at its most critical time can only cause more harm than good. The Tropical Prediction Center should be allowed to focus on the hurricane season instead of being forced to weather this congressional storm. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sensenbrenner. Just for the record, staff has talked both with signers and non-signers of the petition. If there are members who wish to submit additional opening statements, your statements will be added to the record at this point. And I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record selected materials that have been provided to the subcommittees by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Is there any objection? So ordered. I just want to mention, and I will talk with Admiral Lautenbacher in just a few minutes regarding this, but we did ask two members of the NOAA management chain to be here this morning. We expected them to be. We were notified at around 9 o'clock that they would not be. Ms. Glocken. At this point, I would ask unanimous consent to allow Representative Ron Klein to join us here on the dais and to be allowed to participate in this committee hearing. Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object. Hold on just a second.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative, you're welcome to join us. Okay. At this point, I would like to introduce our first panel. Mr. William Proenza is the director of the Tropical Prediction Center, the National Hurricane Center, National Centers for Environmental Prediction, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. We'll discuss his service as director of the Tropical Prediction Center, the National Hurricane Center, and his experiences during the recent events that led the NOAA administrator to place him on leave.
Mr. Chairman, I have a parliamentary inquiry. Is it not the practice of this committee to require witnesses to file their written testimony 24 hours in advance so that the members and the staff of the committee can review that testimony and draft appropriate questions?
We did not ask for testimony, which I understand is common practice with such circumstances like this. We did ask for his biography, and it was submitted.
A further parliamentary inquiry. Has written testimony been submitted in a timely manner by all of the other witnesses on the other two panels?
Yes, the written testimony of everyone has been submitted.
Further parliamentary inquiry. I am referring to the committee rules governing procedure of the Committee on Science and Technology. That says, insofar as is practical, each witness who is to appear before the committee shall file no later than 24 hours in advance of his or her appearance both a statement of the proposed testimony and a CV and printed copy in electronic form. Why was it not practical for Mr. Proenza to file his statement pursuant to the rules when it was practical for all of the other witnesses to do so?
He submitted his bio, which is what we asked him for.
For a further parliamentary inquiry, then why did not the chair ask for the proposed testimony, which is also required under the rules, since apparently all of the other witnesses were able to submit proposed testimony?
I think there's a difference between the two types of information that was coming. I think that it is traditional when persons who could be considered whistleblowers are coming before a panel that they not be asked to submit written testimony.
Well, a further parliamentary inquiry, it is also traditional that administration witnesses appear first on the first panel rather than being forced to wait around, and that was my practice when I was the chair of the committee and the Clinton administration was in office. Why was not Admiral Lautenbacher given the same courtesy that tradition has allowed administration witnesses for as long as I've been on this committee?
I made the determination as the chairman of the order that we would have our witnesses come. That is at the discretion of the chair, and that was the decision that I made.
I would then ask unanimous consent, pursuant to the tradition of this committee, that Admiral Lautenbacher be allowed to testify first as an administration witness.
I object.
I would further ask unanimous consent that Mr. Proenza be excused because he has not filed his testimony 24 hours in advance, as all the other witnesses have.
Not required to be, and I might add also that even your own actions for the committee that you chaired are different than what you're asking right now, Mr. Ranking Member. And at this point, our witnesses should know.
I would ask unanimous consent that Mr. Proenza be excused until he file the written testimony as all of the other witnesses have.
We've heard enough, and we will go forward with this witness. And as you know, that witnesses, I object, and we will go forward with this plan with our committee as planned. And as our witnesses should know, spoken testimony is limited to 5 minutes each. It's also the practice of the subcommittee to take testimony under oath. Do you have objections to being sworn in? You also have the right to be represented by counsel. Is anyone represented by counsel? Are you represented by counsel at this hearing? Would you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you?
Chairman Lamson, Chairman Miller, Ranking Member Inglis, Ranking Member Sensenbrenner. Committee members, thank you for inviting me here this morning. Although for the position of the National Hurricane Center, I was not a candidate, as was mentioned, I was really happy to accept as a lateral career movement in my senior executive service that reassignment. I fully felt the weight of this position, and I dedicated myself to its mission. A mission which boils down to the highest calling in government, the protection of life. I took over on January 3rd as my predecessor retired on the same day. A quick background on me, I'm a meteorologist. I started my National Weather Service career in the mid-90s with 2 hurricane seasons at the National Hurricane Center, and then another 3 seasons flying into the hurricanes with the Hurricane Hunters. However, a lot of my leadership experience was gained heading the weather services for one of the world's most severe weather active areas, the southern region, since actually January of 1998. An area that extends from New Mexico, includes Oklahoma and Texas eastward to include all of the Gulf states, Georgia, Florida, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands. And hydrologic services include South Carolina, North Carolina, and into Virginia as well. This region has nearly 90% of the U.S. landfalling hurricanes. Our nation, in an average year, has an active enough hurricane threat in the Atlantic Basin, no question about it. But since 1995, we have been in what we call a more active, multi-decadal in length period in which hurricanes are especially major. During this active cycle, our nation's average annual losses jumped from 4 billion per year to nearly 19 billion per year. Furthermore, our culture has our people liking to live near the coast. In fact, our census shows us that about 53% of the nation's total population lives within the first 50 miles of the coastline. An important consideration as we face the challenges of the future for the Hurricane Center. So we can easily see why building the preparedness of our nation, of our people, building our partnership with emergency management, local government officials and Homeland Security, local state government, and the media is so important to the National Weather Service and a major activity for me, especially before the normal season begins in June. Another major concern during this preseason time for me that I have spent in this position was assessing our readiness to maintain our mission delivery to the American public. And while your National Hurricane Center has never been more ready for a season, we still have some potential problems. But already we have dealt with 4 tropical storms and dealt with them without any problem. One was what we called, one of the problems that we had, and one of the potential problems, what we call the ocean surface vector winds, which really is the wind field above the ocean that's so important for hurricane analysis. It is vital data that we get from a NASA satellite that was launched in 1999. QuickScat, with an estimated lifespan of 3, sometimes people will say 5 years, 3 to 5 years, but it's now in its 8th year, and it's on its backup transmitter. 2 days after I entered the National Hurricane Center, on January the 5th, my staff briefed NOAA Administrator Lautenbacher, NWS Director Johnson, and my then new immediate supervisor, Director Uccellini, on this problem. A critical satellite on borrowed time and no plans to replace it. That presentation from January 5th stated how important this ocean surface wind field is from the everyday users of this particular service. And I have quotes such as from the senior hurricane specialists that are on my staff now. When QuickScat is gone, and I quote exactly, it will be like going back 7 years in tropical cyclone analysis. Losing QuickScat will be like losing a limb, especially for tropical analysis and forecasting. The Navy says, QuickScat plays a critical role in our analysis and short-term warnings and forecasts. That's the Joint Typhoon Warning Center in Pearl Harbor. NHC has many facts that we look at, many sources of data. But one thing is apparent to us all the time is that over the ocean we have a tremendous sparsity of data. We have some buoys, we have some satellites that look over the cloud features across the ocean, we have some ship reports. But when it comes to the sparsity of data, no single source of data adds more information to us for the analysis than QuickScat. The fact that this is a little-known recent NOAA publication that came out officially stated very clearly 7 years of QuickScat dependence, and we don't have plans, in our government to replace it with a new generation version. It will take 5 years to develop and send up a new generation of this satellite, but it will have great new benefits. But don't take my word for it. Dr. Robert Atlas is here this morning, an expert on QuickScat from his days at NASA, and now one of our leading NOAA ocean and atmospheric research scientists. This is not about having a satellite version that we could call a Chevy or a Cadillac. It's about having one reliable, latest science off what we call ocean surface vector wind satellite that will help us protect life in the oceans and on land. Despite what I thought was a reasonable approach to QuickScat advocacy, I've asked myself, why all this resistance? The fact is, NOAA is one of the U.S. departments struggling right now with huge overruns, billions of dollars in its polar orbiting environmental satellite system, and still nowhere in their design is there a new generation listed QuickScat replacement until the year 2016. And Oversight, we're all concerned about the protection of life of our people. Perhaps it was a way to cut costs, whatever. I dared to call attention to it. And by golly, I'm going to pay the price for bringing this to the attention of the American people. On another matter...
Can you wrap up?
Sure.
Your time.
Another matter, the $200,000 that was diverted for the Joint Hurricane Test Bed. It was used for 1 to 2 year projects, translating science into operations. That was removed this year, and I simply pushed to have it restored when my deputy in January said it would hurt the success of improving our hurricane monitoring and forecasting. In addition, I called attention to the fact that it was well over $4 million in NOAA resources for a celebration of an alleged 200-year anniversary of NOAA, when it was a bit of a stretch since NOAA was formed in 1970. Most important, I didn't feel, in my opinion, that self-promotion was an acceptable way to use funds, especially when funds are tight. So I shared all of this early on with my chain of command, with my partners, and later brought it to the attention of the country. And I have been chastised, threatened, investigated, recommended for reassignment, discredited after more than 40 years of dedicated service to my country. The investigation was extraordinarily disruptive that came into us the other day, and a surprise from Washington, which triggered a frenzy of concern for mission delivery and employee careers. I'm still the center's director. I need to get back to work. I'm ready to repair bruised relationships wherever they may be with whatever mediators and things that we feel may be the best way to move forward. That's what we have to do in this year's hurricane season. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for these 5 minutes. I'm at your committee's disposal.
Thank you, Mr. Proenza. It's time now for our first round of questioning, and the chair will recognize himself for 5 minutes. Mr. Proenza, when were you notified that NOAA was sending an assessment team to the Hurricane Center?
I received a call from Conrad Lautenbacher, administrator of NOAA, at 9 o'clock that Monday morning that they showed up knocking at my door. I did not know before then.
Was anyone else on your staff aware that the team was arriving?
Yes, sir. I talked to my deputy, and I asked him if he knew anything about it. He said yes, he was instructed from Washington by Louis Uccellini that this team was coming down to the Hurricane Center, but he was told not to tell me.
Did anyone from NOAA come with the team to the center?
2 people from NOAA came. One was a senior executive service person from the satellite service of NOAA. Another one was a administrative support person from NOAA, and then 3 people from the Department of Commerce.
We have the review team's report, and I want to ask you a few things about it that are in it. Page 3, the report indicates that you asserted to the review team that you didn't want anyone going to the media about the assessment. Is that true?
That's correct. We were in the midst of the hurricane season. I wanted to have a minimal exposure to what was going on in the Hurricane Center.
The report goes on to say, nevertheless, the next day he held media interviews on the forecast operations floor about the assessment while the hurricane specialists were performing their duties analyzing tropical activity. Is this true?
That's correct again. Essentially, those interviews were set up by NOAA Public Affairs. NOAA Public Affairs person came down with the team. In addition to our NOAA Public Affairs, they coordinated on all of my interviews for the day, and I just simply conducted the interviews I was instructed to conduct.
And you just answered my next question. Did you arrange those interviews? Who arranged them? Would you tell me again the NOAA?
The NOAA Public Affairs people there, there was two of them, a Dennis Felkin, who is normally the NOAA Public Affairs person for the Hurricane Center, and the person that came down with the team, Greg Romano, who was also a NOAA Public Affairs person.
The way the report is written, it implies that you were being disingenuous with the assessment team, that although you told them you didn't want media attention on the assessment, you actually did want media present, and that you arranged for the media to be at the center. So you didn't want the media there, and you did not arrange those interviews, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Turn to another example in the report. Again on page 3, it states, quote, one specialist reported that the director disrupted his ability to track tropical storms. We had Barbara and Barry. He kept bringing the media over onto the operations floor to show QuickScat while I am trying to put out a forecast. It was hard to get the job done, unquote. Do you remember that incident?
Yes, I do.
You want to tell me a little
Certainly.
bit?
It was a case where we had Barbara and we had Barry. I was on duty for both of those storms with the two hurricane specialists, and we had examples where we could show that the sparsity of data that we were experiencing over the ocean where these storms were located, and what we could show was the QuickScat coming over and giving us the data that we needed. It was certainly momentary, and it was always with the full knowledge of knowing what was going on at the time.
You asked if the media could be brought over to
Yes, sir.
See that, and he agreed to appropriate.
I asked if we could show them what was going on and how we were using the analysis of QuickScat.
And
they even just demonstrated it themselves.
And the response from him was?
Yes, and I'll demonstrate it. And I let them do the demonstration.
Is it unusual for the media to be present on the operations floor of the Hurricane Center? I was of the impression that it is set up for media presence during storms. Am I wrong?
Off and on, for special circumstances, I see it happening. I don't think it's that unusual, but I don't have enough time there to say how exceptional it is.
Okay. You were the director for the Southern Region Office of the National Weather Service for 7 years. During that time, did NOAA ever send an assessment team to the regional office?
No, sir.
Prior to the arrival of this team, were you aware that members of the staff were dissatisfied with your management and leadership of the center?
No, sir.
Was there any resistance to change and concern about any public statements?
There was resistance to change as far as what we were trying to do. One of the objectives that we had as we entered the season and looked at the fact that we have growing challenges on the horizon for the nation's hurricane warning program, I simply wanted to get the research community more in tune to the needs of what the operational community needed. And so we were working together with the NOAA side of the research group that's there in Miami, in the South Florida area, and we had a great cooperation working. And they objected to that.
My time has expired. I will now recognize the Chairman Miller. I'm going to relinquish the chair to Mr. Miller for a few minutes.
Mr. Proenza, how are you
Yes,
this
sir.
morning?
Thank you, sir.
The last questions from Chairman Lamson were that there was some resistance to change by various employees of the center. Did you think that there were any problems or differences between you and the staff that could not be worked out, that were so serious that they were beyond any resolution?
Not at all. It's just the normal course of events is how we implement change, and we're doing it all the time in a scientific environment.
Okay. You talked a good deal about QuickScat. I'd like to talk about that a little more. Did you ever advocate for cutting the funding for the hurricane aircraft to fund the QuickScat?
Not at all.
How are those two projects comparable?
First of all, the QuickScat project itself, when it was asked of what we wanted to do there, I said that indeed the NOAA requirements report asked for something to be started immediately for the replacement with a new generation of satellite. I said I concurred with that. I said also, though, I wanted to make sure that we had support for the aircraft and for the later model developments we were seeking, for the Doppler radars we want for the Air Force, a whole slew of items that we feel are important to the future of our capability of protecting the people. But in addition to that, when they said, well, which one do we have to start on? Well, I said we need to start on the QuickScat because that's going to take 5 to 6 years to get it going to the point that we can have a possible launch. And so I said that we needed to start immediately on that. And so I emphasized that.
What's the funding level required for the hurricane planes versus the QuickScat satellite?
For the plane, it's about $50 million. For the satellite, it's $500 million. Just under, in some estimates, of $500 million.
Some of the senior forecasters at the center apparently believe that your comments about QuickScat were undermining public confidence in the center's forecastability. Why did you continue to talk about QuickScat and the failure to have a satellite-ready replacement?
Because I had the scientific community, I had my own hurricane specialists telling me in their quotes how important QuickScat was to them. And I certainly wanted to make sure that I advocated their positions operationally.
How well prepared are we for the current hurricane season?
We are absolutely as prepared as we've ever been. We have a new model on board. We're excited about that. We've had some graphic changes that we put in into the website. We have an option where the cone of uncertainty has been redefined by one of the hurricane specialists. We feel that that would be more accurate. And we're also having a toggle where the user, whoever that may be, can actually take the little black line that Max used to say don't focus in on. They can take it off and put it back on. We're doing that, and we have an experimental tropical weather outlook graphic that's going out that will show the user, the public, a better concept of where the active areas of disturbed weather are right now.
Did you ever think that advocating for better equipment for future forecasting in any way undermine the forecasting or the confidence in forecasts now?
Oh, absolutely not.
Did anyone superior to you at NOAA, the Department of Commerce, ever tell you to stop talking about QuickScat?
Yes, sir.
Who were they?
What
did they say?
I had a call on Friday, April 13th, and it was from my immediate supervisor. And the statements were, you better stop these QuickScat NHC funding associated with the Joint Hurricane Testbed complaints. I'm warning you. You have NOAA, DOC, OMB, the White House, pissed off.
I'm sorry, was that an oral statement or an email?
That was an oral statement, and I just put it contemporaneously in my calendar.
Okay. And you said you were your immediate superior. Was that Mr. Uccellini?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How about Mary Glacken? Did you ever hear from her?
Yes, she came on board in June 11th, I believe. She came to visit us at the end of that week, and she said in her time that she's been on board as the acting director of the National Weather Service that she felt she was spending an inordinate amount of time handling QuickScat questions and wanted me to cease and desist. I
understand you advocate for more closely integrated research done at the Hurricane Research Division with the operational forecasting done at the Center, the National Hurricane Center. Have those organizations worked together historically? Why did you want them more closely linked? And was there any resistance to having a closer relationship between?
The resistance that I was told about and advised by my senior staff was that there had been a barrier, so to speak, between the two operations in the past. And I said, I understand, but I felt that it was compelling upon all of us, based on the challenges, that those barriers were no longer to exist, and we needed to bring together all of the resources that we had in NOAA into one operation that would challenge the researchers to meet the needs of the operational forecasters.
And my time has also expired, Mr. Proenza. I think we would now turn to Mr. Inglis.
Thank you,
For 5
Mr.
minutes.
Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Proenza, this administration was bitten badly by Katrina. The theory of the case for you, brought forward by the majority, is that you are being punished for being a critic. If this administration, having been bitten by Katrina, were interested in not developing the best technology, that'd be surprising to me. Is it surprising to you that the administration would, having been bitten by Katrina, would not want the very best technology and would see it as a crucial priority of this administration?
Congressman, even if I can point to a publication from NOAA that looked at our requirements and said that we needed to do this, I can assure you, at the time that I brought the need for the QuickScat replacement with the new technology to my superiors, there was no plans to replace this particular satellite, and only later this year did they mention that they would have something for us possibly by 2016.
Government is very good at reacting. That's what we do very well. And so if this administration is reacting to the stimulus, the very unfortunate stimulus of Katrina, doesn't it stand to reason that they would react and say, whatever it takes, get it quickly?
I totally embrace that. Any way that I can work towards getting that a reality.
So the thing is, though, that undermines your whole theory of this case. And it undermines the majority's theory of the case. Because their theory is you're being punished for being a critic. You would be the hero for pointing out some better technology if the administration had been so bitten, wouldn't you?
I'm trying to point out that we need to work immediately to begin bringing the latest science and technology to the forefront in the design of a new instrument that would be able to replace our QuickScat whenever it is possible.
Let me ask you this. Can you give me the names of 3 people at the center who I could call who would say that you're a good leader?
Yes.
Can you give me their names?
Chris Lancey.
Let me get this down. Chris Lancey. Lancey.
Yes. Landbsea. Congressman, begging his pardon, just a moment. I don't want to put words or expectations in anybody, any employee of mine, and I want them to feel free to say whatever they want to say.
Right.
I would just suggest that there are employees there that would feel that way. I just don't want to invade their privacy and say and put words in their mouth that they're going to say that.
Well, I'm just interested in talking with them to see who you think at the center would say you're a good leader. And you've given me 2.
Would the gentleman yield for 1 moment, if I may? I'm not asking the witness here, I'm asking my colleagues here for just a moment.
And I don't have enough time, I don't think.
Well, I understand that, but
but
there are procedural legal issues that the gentleman may be treading upon here.
Am I yielding?
You haven't yielded.
I guess I was yielding, but it consumed some of the time. I suppose I can get the time back, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Proenza, the 3rd one?
I just feel awkward about, there's all sorts of people, sir, but I don't want to make them invade their privacy by bringing their names up and giving them the expectation that I feel.
Let me ask you this. Why do you think 23 people signed a letter saying you should be removed? 23 to 46, that's about half, isn't it?
Sir, I wasn't there when they held the meeting, and several people stood before the rest of the employees and asked them to sign, and the reasons why. I didn't hear those arguments. It'd
But
be hard
let me
for
ask
me
you
to
this.
judge.
Even if you assert that somebody stood before them, I'd be really concerned about signing such a letter because I'd be afraid that maybe you were going to get me after I signed the letter. So there's a real resistance to me signing the letter, right? So if I sign the letter, 23 people overcoming that natural resistance, again, it cuts against the theory of the majority here. The 23 had to overcome enormous resistance to sign the letter, to put their name to it. Now, I'm asking you for 3 people that I can call and ask who would say that you're a good leader.
I
And you're having
understand,
trouble
sir.
coming up with...
No, it isn't that at all.
And then you're trying to stop me from calling them.
No. Sir, you have whatever authorities you have to do whatever you want to do. I'm just saying, upon thinking of your question, with all respect, I just feel that it would be wrong of me to list names of some of the people that I supervise or I'm in the chain of command and say that...
Yes, I understand you've said that before. Now, let me ask you this, because my time is running out. You've spoken here a lot today about ComSat, and you spoke about the importance of the work of the center, but I noticed you never spoke of the dedication of the people and their expertise. Would you describe yourself as a people person?
Sir, I said that the Hurricane Center has never been more ready than it is
I understand,
this year.
but you've never mentioned the people, and it seems to be a crucial question here, if you take my theory of the case, that this may just be a personnel matter, is that you would mention people if you're an effective manager, rather than simply technology, and it could be that you're on a hobby horse of a technology, and the people are being ignored, and perhaps that's why the assessment team made the recommendation they made. Is that possible?
They're not being ignored. Absolutely not. And in fact, the assessment is based on our people. And I am a people person, and I had 1,000 employees, or just under 1,000 employees in my previous responsibility, and also in the center. I worked with professionals, and even though they may have said what they have said, I have said also that they are all professionals, and I don't expect any of them to do their job at any lower performance level than they're capable of doing now. I really believe in that, and that's why I believe that the center is in the best ever condition to deliver the mission to the American people this year.
All right, we are well now past the 5 minutes plus a very generous allowance for that interruption. Mr. Sensenbrenner for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Proenza,
Yes, sir.
on June 14th, your supervisor, Mary Glocken, gave you a memo outlining procedures and expectations. Could you please tell us who else on your staff you gave this memo to?
I shared this memo with, first of all, I had a meeting with my staff, and I shared what was in the memo with them. I handed out a few copies of the memo at that time.
Did you release this memo to the press or leak the memo to the press in any regard?
No, sir.
Okay. Then fast forward to after the assessment team paid a visit to the National Hurricane Center. Did you ask your staff not to discuss the assessment team with the media? The assessment team and its investigation to the media?
I remember talking to the investigators, hoping that this could all be processed in a way that it would be low-key and not disruptive to the operations at the center.
Later on, when the media came in one of their regular calls, did you bring the assessment team's presence and investigation up to them?
Not that I remember. I remember that all of the interviews that I had went through the NOAA Public Affairs people that were there, and that they indeed knew at that time that the group was there investigating. I don't know if they picked it up while they were there or they knew before they got there. All I did was I conducted my interview and answered the questions.
Okay. Now, I've got the assessment team's report here, and on about two-thirds of the way down on page 3 of the report, it says, separately, the assessment team witnessed similar behavior. In the team's initial meeting with the director, he asserted he wanted the assessment to be least disruptive as possible to our operations and to be low-key. He told the team he did not want anyone going to the media, otherwise that will engage a lot of explanation on our part to them. Nevertheless, the next day, he held media interviews on the forecast operations floor about the assessment while the hurricane specialists were performing their duties analyzing tropical activity. Now, this is the report of the assessment team. It is at variance with the testimony that you just gave under oath. Which is correct?
My testimony is correct. When they came in and they were interviewing me, that's when those questions came up. I simply answered those questions. The interviews were set up where they normally are set up at the briefing desk, and I conducted and answered accordingly. I did not set up those interviews. Those interviews were set up by the NOAA Public Affairs people. Was
the reason the interviews were set up by the NOAA Public Affairs people, was that relating to the activities of the assessment team, or was that relating to the normal operations of the Hurricane Forecasting Center?
The person that came down with the team, Greg Romano, was especially there for the purposes of monitoring the assessment team's impact on the office. And whatever went on between NOAA Public Affairs, the two people, it was coordinated among themselves. And I was strictly just brought out to the floor to answer.
Then are you saying that Mr. Turner's report that I just quoted is inaccurate, where he said that you were holding media interviews on the forecast operations floor about the assessment while the hurricane specialists were performing their duties analyzing tropical activity?
Yes, I was on the forecast floor. It was the desk that I conduct my briefings from. And should questions have come up from the media about the assessment team, I would have answered them at that time. But I did not in any way invite those questions. Did it
ever occur to you that the words no comment might have been a more appropriate response?
It did not, because I was answering honestly.
Okay, well, all I can say is that, this is a personnel problem which, in my opinion, should have been handled internally rather than being tried in the newspapers and ended up being elevated to a congressional hearing. I don't think it's our job as Congress people to deal with personnel problems. Mr. Proenza, you got a problem down there if half your employees say they don't have any confidence in you. And if the NOAA management, and particularly the NOAA administrator, didn't deal with the fact that you had an employee revolt on your hands for whatever reason it was, I think that they could have been justifiably being accused of being negligent, to a ticking time bomb that apparently has gone off. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for 5 minutes. Diaz-Balart for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Mr. Proenza. As many of you know, I represent and live the area where the Hurricane Center is located, and I have actually gotten to, not well, but know Mr. Proenza, and frankly, he's a very likable guy. I've gotten to like him, but I do have some questions that I think need to be answered. Mr. Proenza, when you joined the Hurricane Center, and you said in a lateral position, so it's not like you did it for the money. I imagine one of the reasons you did it is because, frankly, as people were saying here, because of the great job that the people in the Hurricane Center do, and also the important responsibility that they have.
Yes, sir.
And obviously you follow a group of very distinguished professionals. Max Mayfield, you mentioned, Jared Jarrell, Bob Sheets, Neil Frank. Some of the people that are in the Hurricane Center worked with a lot of these people before. I think we would all agree, everybody here on the dais and you, that the people that work in the Hurricane Center, like you, have a very distinguished track record. I'm a little worried, however, when you answered a question from the chairman, I believe, and he asked you, and I'm paraphrasing, but did you know that the people that worked with you in the Hurricane Center had a problem? And you, in essence, said, I didn't think there was a problem with the staff. And then subsequent to that, half of the staff publicly writes a letter with some pretty strong statements. If I may quote, the center needs a new director, and at the heart of the hurricane season fast approaching, urges the Department of Commerce to make this happen as quickly as possible. How is it possible to have almost half of the people, including your secretary, senior hurricane specialists, people that have an incredible track record, how is it possible that you would not know that they had a problem if they got to the point of shortly afterwards going out and writing a letter, not just saying they've got issues, but asking for you to be removed? Were you disconnected entirely with your staff?
Congressman, there's always a few that may resist some changes.
This is half.
Let me just evolve what
Sure.
I'd like to say. A few that may resist some changes. I know that there were some that resisted some of the graphic changes, some of the other changes associated with the research community, giving the leadership for part of the hurricane forecast research to the Hurricane Research Division and so forth as part of a total one NOAA type of approach. But nevertheless, I felt that those were best. But when the team came in, what happened with that letter being signed was after the team came in. When the team came in, that was so extraordinarily disruptive. We had already had 4 storms. We have had no problems in dealing with the 4 storms, but it was so extraordinarily disruptive. It was a surprise inspection. It was unprecedented. It triggered, because I heard some of the concerns, it triggered a frenzy of concern for people's careers and the mission. And I understand that, and I respect their concerns. They were popped in with this investigation, and they were concerned. And, of course, at that time, after the investigation was started, in a meeting that was held, that was called for by some of the leaders of the group that wanted to do something, that particular time is when they got the signatures together. And it was after the team investigation began.
Okay, now, again, because I've had contact with these, they're constituents of mine. They've contacted me as well, and some of them have said that a group of 10 of them initiated the call.
Okay.
To your supervisors.
Okay.
They were the ones who initiated the calls. Now, again, that's what they said. I don't know if that's factual or not, but here's the question. You said you did not know there was a problem with the staff. I don't know. You obviously had a problem, and maybe it was a problem with 1 or 5 or 10, but you had a problem because some of them initiated this letter. But you said you did not know there was a problem. I mean, it's hard to believe that you would. Did you not know, or did you not think it was a big enough problem?
Perhaps they should have come to me.
Perhaps, but let me ask you this now, because you've been a very successful supervisor. If you, in one of your previous positions, have a group of highly respected professionals go to you and say, our direct boss has real problems, and it's making our job impossible, would you have not done anything? Or would you have tried to, the best way possible, try to figure out what the problem was, and maybe sent in a group of impartial people to find out if there was a problem? Or would you have done absolutely nothing? Because this is my problem. if you have people that you and I have both said, and everybody here respect, say that the director of the Hurricane Center must go, and if NOAA would have not done anything, if a group of highly regarded professionals calls their supervisors, as they have said they did on their own, and said, our boss is a major problem and is not allowing us to do our job, which may not have been the case, but that call took place, it seems like. If NOAA would have not done anything, do you think that would have been responsible? And in your case, if that would have happened in your case, would you have done nothing? Would that have been responsible?
No, I would have called the supervisor first thing. I've had 45 such supervisors under my responsibility, and the first thing I would have done is call the supervisor, explain what I've heard is a problem, and explain to them what can we do to help out. But I would have at least enlisted them first to find out what we could do at that level first.
Now, it seems to me that
The gentleman's time has expired. We'll have a second round.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Baird, for 5 minutes.
I don't particularly have questions. I just would suggest that as the committee inquires about this, that we be cognizant that there are legal matters pertaining to employment issues. I personally asked the gentleman to yield previously because I think to ask a supervisor to identify personnel in a congressional forum in the manner that was asked is really not fair and is not respectful of his certain legal obligations. And I think we have to respect. However, I don't really have a dog in the fight, except that I think if there is politicization, if the gentleman is doing his best to protect this country from hurricanes, I've certainly worked in organizations where sometimes change is resisted. I think it is problematic to say to a gentleman, whichever side you're on this, would you identify staff members on one side or the other in this public forum? And I would urge this committee to refrain from that out of respect not only for the gentleman here, but for the employees themselves and for legal issues that may pertain to employee hiring and promotion and other decisions. And that was the point I was trying to make earlier. Go back.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think the gentleman's comments are well taken. I mean, the personnel decisions are always tough. I was Speaker of a House. I had 900 employees, and whether you're managing 2 people or 900, the real question for me is why Congress is involved in this one. The right decision or wrong decision may have recently been made, but, you know, not long ago I sat in a joint hearing of the House Science Committee and our corollary on the Senate side, and we had a supervisor that was accused of being too popular with his bosses, and so we had to have a full joint hearing of the House and Senate. Now we've got one who is accused of being too unpopular with some of his bosses and his employees, and so we've got to have a full hearing. We've got admirals and other leaders waiting in the background. We're going to have a series of questions. And so what Congress is going to do is to micromanage personnel decisions. We've had close to 400 investigations in the first 6 months, and I guess I should have expected coming to work today that I would be busy because I'm running from here to the Judiciary Committee where we are fighting with the White House over personnel decisions. And so as Congress, 535 of us try to micromanage decisions that the administration make. As we're trying to micromanage, in some cases, the war, it's useful to remember why we have a chief executive. Somebody has to call a runner out or safe at home plate. And you can't have 15 umpires. You got to have one. And the President of the United States has to make this decision. And with all due respect, like Congressman Diaz-Balart said, you may have been the greatest supervisor in the world, and maybe just bad luck, bad timing, wrong place, wrong time, personality differences, for whatever reason. We have half your employees calling for your removal because of lack of confidence. It may not be your fault. They may have exercised misjudgment. Secondly, we've got your supervisors saying that in order to restore confidence in the TPC, that we need to have your removal. And finally, we have an independent investigative body saying the same thing. And it may not be fair at all to you. Sometimes life isn't fair, but nobody has a right to a job, especially when it is an appointment by the President of the United States. One of the big things that seems to have generated this dispute, other than personal issues and interpersonal skills and who's mad at whom, is the question over a quick scat. And you have made statements to the press recently that suggest that without a very rapid replacement of QuickStat, essentially our ability to track and forecast hurricane paths may be undermined. That's one of the things that people claim they are concerned about. As recently as May 22nd, you were quoted at a NOAA news conference as saying, "I am encouraged in those conversations that we have had and discussions we have had that the nation will be moving ahead very constructively in coming up with design next generation QuickScat to replace the current, which is still operational, QuickScat that we have at this time. You just told this committee that we're more prepared than ever to track hurricanes. The dispersal of information gathering capabilities is much greater than when we started with QuickScat. For example, aircraft reconnaissance. You started your career. Congressman Diaz-Balart and I recently crawled into one of the NOAA hurricane hunters, so you're very familiar with every year we're getting better with that sort of equipment. Observations from ocean buoys, ships, Caribbean islands. We've got a European satellite, and in fact NOAA is now investigating ways that we can get the necessary information. So maybe your press skills aren't the best. Lord knows I've made my mistakes with the press. But for whatever reason, there is a great difference of opinion amongst the experts of how we need to replace the capabilities of QuickScat. And some of your recent comments have generated concern that we have undermined the ability to protect Americans with the best information. And if I had to suggest one thing that probably has led to this whole scenario, it is the fact that you have made statements, your staff has tried to either correct you or change those statements, and I will allow you to respond to that. But I would just tell you, in my view, there's only one umpire. That decision's been made. I think it's been verified. It may not be your fault, but you're out. And with that, I'll let you respond to the QuickScat capabilities.
Thank you, Congressman. First of all, on the QuickScat program, the statement I made on May the 22nd that I was greatly encouraged was based on Conrad Lautenbacher, administrator of NOAA, saying to the press that indeed that particular project was gaining in the priorities at NOAA and was rising in its priority level. And I was encouraged to hear that. And I also know that we were starting to have a preliminary meeting with the NASA people, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, on the concept of how a new instrument would be designed. And again, I was encouraged. When you mention the aircraft data is valuable to us, it is essential for us. We use it operationally all the time when we have a system. QuickScat is quite different than that type of data. We need QuickScat too. It gives us the wind direction and wind speed at the surface, but it gives us an 1,800-kilometer wide swath of information across the ocean. And it covers 90% of the global oceans. It's a key piece of data for us. Thank you, Congressman.
Mr. Klein.
Mr. Eller's a member of the committee, if he wants to go first.
Well, actually, I think in the ordinary rotation of majority to
Okay.
minority.
Thank you.
But we could, Mr. Ehlers, do you care?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank you for being here today. And I think the public is tired of hearing about the debate. I think the public is much more interested in making sure that public safety is number one. Those of us who live in Florida or any other part of the country where hurricanes are a factor, and we've lived through some pretty substantial disasters and loss of life and property, and we know that this Hurricane Center is very much an important part of how we plan and deal with the preparation. So what was refreshing to me all along was the fact that you brought something up, and it was a question of, let's look into it. I don't personally feel qualified to determine whether or not, you should be the manager or not. I think that if there's a question that needs to be looked into, I think this process is fine, and let it play itself out. And I think none of us support or endorse the idea of politicization of any kind of job. There's a job to be done, and this is not any kind of not insignificant job. This is a very important public safety job. Specifically, my question is this. When I went to the Hurricane Center, as a matter of fact, I was there one of the days Congressman Diaz-Balart was down there. I had the chance to talk to the hurricane forecasters and to see QuickScat and how it's used. I was told by the forecasters that they showed me exactly how the data is presented, that it is one of many tools. It is not the entire tool. It is one of many tools that allows them to give a better forecast, allows them to shape the cone. We all know what that cone looks like and how we prepare for it. It allows them to establish, hopefully, a timing element that's better in knowing when landfall is met. And I saw that. I read since then a number of comments that have come from different people. Rick Knabb at the Hurricane Center, which said when QuickScat is gone, it will be like going back 6 years in tropical cyclone analysis. Other people in other positions have said the same thing. And I guess my question is, why is it that some of these people have retracted or retrenched or backed off on some of their comments? I look at these people as professionals. These are scientists. These are career experts. And just tell me, what your sense of that is. I mean, I understand you stand by your positions, and I just want to make sure that you still are in that same position and you still feel a QuickScat is an important part of the data that is presented to the analysts.
Absolutely. It's an important part of the data that is presented for the analysis of tropical oceans, over the tropical oceans, no question about it. It is data that we vitally look at and we need to perform our jobs. We have found a way that we can mitigate temporarily while QuickScat is designed, the new generation is designed, but at the same time, it does not equal the quality of QuickScat. Why people may change their minds, it could be any number of things. It could be their perspective on an issue might have changed, evolved. I would rather give them the benefit of the doubt and say that they went through an evolution in their thinking, even if they were in the scientific arena.
And if QuickScat were to, and again, to be honest, useful life, we all understand what that means. It could last another few years. It could last another week. And since we're in the middle of the hurricane season, the question I've been asking in writing and orally all along to you and your managers is, what's Plan B? And I was told that obviously we're trying to upgrade the hurricane trackers, which I support. There's a European satellite, but everybody has acknowledged that that doesn't provide the same level of precise, high-definition data. Can you comment? Tell me, what is the difference if QuickScat goes down? What is the difference in the amount, the quantity and quality of data that we will have to work with?
For example, in the QuickScat data, we're getting an 1,800-kilometer swath of information that's down to a 12.5 to 25-kilometer resolution. That means that often we will get a point where we get that type of data coming into us. On the other hand, the ASCAT, and we'll just use that comparison to coverage, the ASCAT has got two swaths of data that are about just over 500 kilometers wide, and then it's got a 700-kilometer opening in the middle where it has no data. So the data is quite interrupted, and it's not as consistent and not as relevant to what we need.
So for the layperson understanding what the technical description you're giving us, what does that mean in terms of a forecast for looking at the information presented? QuickScat's unavailable, and we have the European satellite and the buoys and other things out there. How does this translate into the accuracy, the timing, the cone, all those kinds of things that we're all paying attention to?
The data is not as good, and accordingly, the analysis that we have will not be as good. A measure of that difference, the one study that I can remember, and we'll have a QuickScat expert coming up here that you may ask that question of, but the way I understand it, that if we subtract the QuickScat data from models that were run back in 2003, just to use some comparison and see what the model forecasts with and without the data, that we could see some degradation in the outcome of the model. I think it would be best to ask the expert from that standpoint. I stand in my position that QuickScat is a vital, important tool for the analysis over the tropical oceans and the rest of the oceans for forecasting waves and warnings, winds, and at the same time for us in analyzing tropical storm potential.
Mr. Chairman, what I would take from all that is that I think part of the process of what our committee should be doing, and the committees of Congress, is considering what the backup plans are, make sure we're supporting backup plans, and thinking short-term and long-term in this process.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ehlers, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I agree with Mr. Sensenbrenner's earlier comments that we should not be involving ourselves in a personnel issue. There are procedures within the administrative branch to handle this. We can provide our input, but I think we should shift the emphasis away from the personnel aspects. I think what we should, as a science committee, concern ourselves with is the science involved, and particularly on the issue of quick scat, but much beyond that, into the whole picture of the weather satellite program that we have. I'm a scientist. I can assure you that every scientist I know wants the maximum amount of data and wants the data to be as good as possible. And I understand your desire to have that. At the same time, I have some disagreement with your statement that the data from QuickSat is both important and vital. I would agree it's important. I do not agree that it's vital. I think there are other ways of getting from my limited knowledge, I think there are other ways of getting the data that is necessary, and perhaps not as good, but I just don't think the QuickSat is vital. But we should be concentrating our efforts on developing better alternatives to QuickSat and do that quickly. I'm also very disappointed, and have been disappointed for some time, with the difficulty we've had with the NPOS satellite program at NOAA, with the huge cost overruns, and we spent endless hours trying to straighten that mess out. We got it back on track, but the price we paid was to give up some of the sensors on NPOS, one of which would have provided some of the data that QuickSat provides and might have done it even better. I argued against removing those sensors. I felt we should, if necessary, slow the project down a year or two in order to get the additional money to put the other sensors back on. I lost that battle, and I think if I had won, we might have had a better handle on the data sooner than we're going to have now. Whether or not we need to replace QuickSat is another issue. If we do, I certainly hope that we do not just simply run out and have another QuickSat put up there. Technology has improved. We can certainly do much better than what we've done in the past. And even if it takes a few more years to get it done, I think it's worth doing that. But I really think, Mr. Chairman, that the responsibility of this committee has to be the detailed review of the entire weather satellite program and establishing good priorities for us as to where the money should go. I'm also concerned that we are not putting much money into that. When you consider the amount of money the federal government is putting into military satellites of various types, is putting into the GPS system, is putting into the shuttle program and so forth, I think we have given short shrift to NOAA and to the weather satellite program. When I just think, if you look at the cost of one Katrina, that's far greater than the cost of the satellites that we need to help predict things better and help to prevent things. So, Mr. Chairman, that's the end of my speech. I don't have any questions for you, Mr. Proenza, but I do think we should concentrate on the science, not on the personality aspects, certainly not on the personalities involved. And I would ask, Mr. Chairman, that we have a complete review of our weather satellite program. We have not done it justice in the past, and we have to do a better job.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ehlers. We'll recognize the we'll go for our second round of questions at this point, and I'll recognize...
Mr. Chairman, may I ask, do we really need a second round? We've got Admiral Lautenbacher waiting, and I think that we've heard quite a bit. It seems to me that there's no real value in an additional round here. Couldn't we go right on to...
I have some questions I'd like to ask.
Will you be around later to hear from from Admiral Lautenbacher?
I will,
Okay. Will everybody be around? I hope so.
I'm not
because we
sure
need to
everybody
get
will.
those out of this story.
but I will be. And I have more questions that I want to ask.
I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Proenza, I have a series of questions.
Yes, sir.
Here in only 5 minutes, so please, short. Yes or no's will be fine. We'll be able to get through this hopefully quickly. Did you apply or seek in any manner the position of Director of the Hurricane Center?
No.
I understand it was D.L. Johnson who first approached you about the possibility of your taking the position?
Yes.
Who offered you the position and when was that made?
Conrad Lautenbacher, December 1st, 2006.
And you began as Director of the Center when?
I entered on duty on January the 3rd. I was put on paper as the Hurricane Center Director on the 7th of January.
I understand that although the position Hurricane Director is high profile, important and prestigious, it is technically a demotion as compared to your position as head of the Southern Regional Office. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I also understand that your position as Southern Region Director attached to a position on the NOAA Corporate Board. Is that correct?
Correct.
Accepting your current position means you are no longer on the corporate board. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ruffle any feathers during your time on the board?
I held positions that I felt were important to the delivery of the mission to the American people.
I'm going to take that as a yes. I understand the NOAA Corporate Board is a venue where NOAA-wide policies are established and decisions are made about the operation of the line offices, budgets, etc.
Yes, sir.
Right? NOAA was considering a change in the way the local weather service offices were structured and worked together, the so-called Concept of Operations Plan,
Yes.
CONOPS. Were you a supporter of that plan?
No.
Who were the advocates for the plan on the board?
The leadership, the very high leadership on the board.
And that would include D.L. Johnson.
That's correct.
Did you believe NOAA leadership supported the CONOPS plan?
A mixed bag. Some support and not. And
And
some-
mostly more yes than no.
More yes than no, absolutely.
So some people might see your departure from the corporate board as, shall we say, positive step toward more harmony and tranquility on the corporate board. Yes? No.
Yes.
This committee, I'm pleased to say, was instrumental in halting the plan. We had a GAO team investigate and assess the plan for several years, and they produced 2 reports. The second one was released last month. They weren't very impressed with the planning effort, and the Admiral has told us that the plan has been abandoned. Would you tell me some about that plan, please?
The concept of operation
Yes.
looked at the idea of trying to assign responsibilities at certain times to adjoining office and allowing some of the forecast offices around the country to shut down, to be less than 24/7 operations.
And they closed it for that reason.
They would close because the adjoining office would be able to pick up the responsibility. The concern was that emergency management would not be served on a 24-hour-by-7 basis. In addition to that, it was concerned that we could not open up an office as fast as would be needed to apply the local expertise of that particular county warning area to the issue that might have developed overnight.
Thank you, Mr. Proenza. I will now recognize Chairman Miller for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It certainly is not the role of these 2 subcommittees to look at personnel decisions, personnel matters. This appears to be something that goes beyond, well beyond office politics, a question that I raised in my opening statement. I found out in the same way most Americans found out about this controversy by watching the news a couple of weeks ago. These subcommittees had nothing to do with this issue coming up in the national news. But when there's an explosion like what we saw a couple of weeks ago, it certainly is appropriate for this subcommittee to find out what has been going on, what on earth happened. one unchallenged assumption in a lot of the questioning has been, and I don't want to ruffle your feathers, or those who work at this center, has been that this center does the best work. I have talked to research scientists. I don't want to name names in this setting. Mr. Baird would call me down for that. But the assumption that the forecast of the Hurricane Center are really, really good, are the best, is not what they say at all. In fact, they say the forecasts are so bad, particularly forecasts of inland flooding. And the vast majority of people who die now from hurricanes die from inland flooding. The forecast of intensification, whether hurricanes are going to strengthen or weaken, those are really bad. Virtually every research university in the country that does atmospheric research, that does meteorological research, disregards the the Hurricane Center's forecast. They take the raw data, they run their own forecasts with their own models, which are always better, always more accurate. So I am not sure that I think it's a bad thing that someone come into that center and look at whether that center is doing as good a job as it should and whether it's using the best science that it should be doing. Mr. Proenza, have you heard those criticisms that I just repeated?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And it was my objective to address those. The growing challenges of the future as far as the population centers and the growing populations along the coastline was an absolutely compelling argument why we had to get more accurate at forecasting intensity changes. I needed to bring all of the forecast capabilities together with the research capabilities of our organization and of the academic community together to address that. Absolutely. In fact, intensity forecasts had shown very little improvement over many years.
Okay, your efforts to try to bring together, to try to meld research and operations, were those efforts addressed to get at the failings of the forecast of the Hurricane Center?
Yes, sir. We were trying.
Well, I think by comparison to FEMA, yes, the Hurricane Center is top-notch. If we compare it to the kind of emergency management in Katrina, at least we knew there was a hurricane coming. But from all that I've heard from people who know this stuff, no, the work of the Hurricane Center is not as good as it should be. It could be better right now if it paid closer attention to the science, the best science that's out there, and research universities all across the country are doing better forecasting than the Hurricane Center.
And yes, Congressman, but I have to say we have to bring the very best science and tools to the Hurricane Center for them to get better at what they do. They're a top-notch group of professionals doing the best job they can with the information and the tools that they have.
Inglis, would you like to ask a question or comment? You're recognized for 5 minutes.
I won't use that except to respond to Mr. Miller that, as I understand it, the Hurricane Forecasting Center accurately predicted Katrina's path and gave warning 3 days in advance of that storm hitting New Orleans. Pretty impressive work.
Absolutely,
by
sir.
Very dedicated
Top-notch.
people that work very hard to accomplish the objectives of the American people. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to thank Mr. Klein, Congressman Klein, for trying to get us focused on the one thing that we do in this committee, which is science, and not personnel. Look, it's pretty obvious that, despite what I just heard from Mr. Miller, that the Hurricane Center is horrible. And I beg to differ. I don't know how many times he's been there, by the way, maybe many. And maybe he's met the incredible men and women in the Hurricane Center that Mr. Proenza says are incredible and that I know are incredible. So despite that, I think everybody here is well-intentioned. I think Mr. Proenza is a decent, good, professional guy with a great track record. Nobody can claim that he doesn't have a great track record, and I think the people in the Hurricane Center are the same thing. Unfortunately, and I don't want to, pardon the pun, but unfortunately Mr. Proenza has become the lightning rod from within the staff in the Hurricane Center and others. And that's unfortunate, and that's created a problem. I don't think Mr. Proenza is at fault. I don't think the people in the Hurricane Center are at fault. Sometimes these things happen and it's unfortunate. Unfortunately, it's created a problem. Now, we shouldn't be talking about personnel here. because Congress doesn't do personnel. And even if we decided that Mr. Proenza is the person to be there, we can't really do anything about it anyways. So we're kind of just talking for the sake of talking. So I do want to get back to, as Mr. Klein said, to the science. And I do have one piece of good news for Congressman Klein. A number of us, including Chairman Lamson, Rep. Melican, and myself, met with the Admiral, met with the NASA Administrator, Mr. Griffin, regardless, specifically about this satellite issue. And because we were concerned that there was no plan. And I can't speak for the other two gentlemen, but I can speak for myself. I'm not satisfied that it's taken this long to come up with a decision as to what has to go up. But I think we were all, at least I was satisfied that at least there's a plan to, I guess by January they're supposed to get back to us, Mr. Chairman. They're supposed to get back to NOAA and NASA and everybody else as to what exactly is the right satellite that has to go up in order to make sure that we have not only QuickScat, but actually a much better version of it. So, and by the way, I think Mr. Proenza's got to be given a lot of credit for bringing up this issue. Whether you agree with him that it's less important, more important. The reality, though, however, is that now, at least, there is a plan, and I feel good about that. And I think that's what we frankly need to be talking about, because we keep talking about personnel issues, and the reality is, are we going to have then the 20-plus people that don't like Mr. Proenza for good reasons or bad, and the 20-plus people that do like Mr. Proenza for good reason or bad to come and testify as well? We're kind of getting a little trivial here. Those are important issues. I think we need to get into the science, and when we get into the science, I think there are much better questions to ask, and I wish we would kind of focus on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Conrad.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz-Balart. I recognize Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And listen, there is a reason, in my view, for Congress to have oversight and make sure there's accountability in our systems. And sometimes appointments are good, and sometimes they're not. We all don't like, the public doesn't like cover-ups. The public does like when someone is straightforward and open and honest and brings something forward. What happens from this point on is going to play itself out. But most importantly, what I appreciate is Mr. Proenza bringing this issue forward. I can't address what happened inside the office there. But I really believe that this Congress today, and the meetings that you've had, and the meetings I've had with the Air Force Reserve and with the NOAA representatives, and forcing people to come forward and say, what is Plan B? Because America wants to know what Plan B is. If QuickScat goes down, and it is even 10% of the information that's provided for hurricane forecasting, that's real information. And Mr. Eller said it correctly. Scientists want to know, they've got everything on the table to figure that out. I will tell you also, I participated in the Senate hearing on QuickScat about a couple weeks ago that Senator Nelson and others participated in. And another fact we haven't even brought up today is there is no question whatsoever that QuickScat has everything to do with marine forecasting. Nobody's even questioned that. So if you've got large vessels, small vessels, anywhere around the world, the fact that, the service that gets this information, QuickScat, is providing valuable information to our shipping, our recreational, all the safety factors that go into commerce and safety of individuals on the water, QuickScat has a big role. So even if people are questioning whether it has the same level of impact on landfall, there's no question that on the marine side it does have a big impact. So there is a reason to have this conversation. There's definitely a reason to make sure that our colleagues at NOAA and the National Hurricane Center have the tools, that they're doing whatever they can do to make sure that we're properly protected. And I do give credit for this conversation coming forward to this point, and that we stay on top of this, as has been suggested by all the members of this committee, to make sure we understand the total comprehensive picture on our weather satellites, and of course QuickScat and anything else that gives us this data to help best prepare Americans for any kind of...
Will the gentleman yield for a few seconds?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that, because you have been in the Hurricane Center like I have, and I just want to make sure that we don't scare the American people. I think you would agree with me that they do an incredible job. Obviously, we need to do everything we can in our power to have all the technology and the funding. But I just want to make sure that we don't scare the American people, because I've heard some things here today on this dais. Mr. Miller, I think, said something which I think was unfortunate. I think you would agree with me that they do a heck of a job, and they're really good, dedicated people that are good at what they do.
Mr. Chairman, if I can respond, the answer is, of course, the personnel are highly qualified scientists. The question that we're grappling with today is making sure that they have all the tools necessary to get us even better. I think Mr. Miller's point is well taken. Can they do better? Can that cone get narrower? Can the prediction of the landfall get tighter? You bet. And we've made progress over time. But we can do more, and we should do more. That doesn't mean America should be concerned today that we don't have the necessary good people in place that are doing it. But this Congress needs to back up the National Weather Service and the Hurricane Center and make sure that they've got what they need to best protect Americans.
I think we're going to thank you very much,
Thank you,
Mr. Proenza,
Mr.
for
Chairman.
coming, for your comments, the panel, the committees for their questions and comments. We'll take a short break and convene our next panel of witnesses. Thank you very much.
Yes.
call this meeting of our two committees, Energy and Environment and Investigation and Oversight, back to order. Witnesses have taken their seats. I will introduce our panel at this time. Dr. Robert Atlas is the Director of the Atlantic Oceanographic and Meteorological Laboratory, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Dr. Atlas's laboratory is part of the Hurricane Research Division, which works with the Tropical Prediction Center to improve tools and techniques in hurricane forecasting. Mr. Don McKinnon is the Director of the Jones County Emergency Management Agency, Jones County, Mississippi. Mr. McKinnon addresses services the National Weather Service provides to emergency management offices, and he also works with Mr. Proenza during his service as Director of the Weather Service Southern Regional Office. Mr. Robie Robinson, Director, Dallas County Office of Security and Emergency Management, is testifying on behalf of the Emergency Management Association of Texas, and he'll discuss the service provided to the emergency management community in Texas by the National Weather Service, by the Southern Region Office during the period of Mr. Proenza's tenure as its director. As our witness, again, should know, spoken testimony is limited to 5 minutes. I'm going to try to keep you on that, so if you'll pay close attention to it, please, I'd appreciate it. After which the members of the committee will each have 5 minutes to ask their questions. And it's also the practice of the subcommittee to take testimony under oath. Do you have any objections to being sworn in? You also have the right to be represented by counsel. Is anyone represented by counsel at today's hearing? And if you'll please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Dr. Atlas, you may begin.
Chairman Lamson, Chairman Miller, and members of the committee, as mentioned, I'm Bob Atlas. I'm the Director of NOAA's Atlantic Oceanographic and Meteorological Laboratory in Miami. At my laboratory, we do open ocean and coastal ocean research. We do research on climate, and we have as one of our divisions within my laboratory the Hurricane Research Division of NOAA. Prior to joining NOAA, I was a NASA scientist for 32 years. I've helped pioneer many of the satellite systems that are in use today. And one of them being QuickScat, but many others. And I was a member of the team that developed QuickScat, and am still a member of the team working on the future of such measurements. The QuickScat, as mentioned, is a NASA satellite. It's the third in a string of satellites that do ocean surface wind, direction, and speed. The first satellite lasted 3 months. The second satellite lasted 10 months. And QuickScat has been there now for over 7 years. It's a major success not only in its longevity, but in the quality of the data that it produces under most atmospheric conditions, and also in the amount of data that it provides. Its advantages are that it has higher resolution than any of the other data sets available. The normal resolution is 12.5 kilometers between observations. This is twice as good as the European ASCAT and twice as good as any of the preceding satellites. And it's capable under research conditions or limited operations to do even double that resolution, 6.5 kilometers. It also has disadvantages. The disadvantage is that it does not see very well through heavy rain. So in heavy rain situations, especially where the wind isn't strong, it cannot produce wind direction accurately, and the data is not as high quality in heavy rain, high wind situations, such as exist within hurricanes. The QuickScat is used for many applications. It's used in research of the atmosphere, ocean, and climate. It is now considered an essential climate monitoring data set. It's used for ocean prediction, for driving ocean models, and it's used in both numerical weather prediction and operational prediction. I want to say first about operational prediction and the Ocean Prediction Center of NOAA. The Ocean Prediction Center of NOAA forecasts for ships at sea and other maritime interests. I asked forecasters at the Ocean Prediction Center if they're using QuickScat many years ago, and they said we depend upon it. I said, how would you rate it? They said it was the most valuable data set they had. I heard that from 3 forecasters of the Ocean Prediction Center. And I also heard from them that they believe this data is contributing to saving lives, that some ships are not sinking in bad weather, and some sailors are not drowning in bad weather because we have these kinds of measurements. For hurricane prediction, it's used directly by the forecasters at the Tropical Prediction Center and the National Hurricane Center, and its primary use is for tropical analysis. It enables them to define what we call the wind radii, the aerial extent of tropical storm force winds. This is a very useful application of the data. It also will sometimes show that a tropical depression has formed. It will show the circulation within the winds on occasion before geostationary satellites show it in the clouds. So from those 2 perspectives, it's an extremely valuable instrument. But it's only one of the tools that the Hurricane Center forecasters use. They have heavy reliance upon the reconnaissance aircraft and upon ground-based radars, ships, buoys, and the numerical models. And the numerical models is the other use of QuickScat that affects hurricane forecasts and, in fact, forecasts everywhere on the globe. There are 3 studies defining what the impact of QuickScat is. One by the Joint Center for Satellite Data Assimilation, which showed a 10% degradation at 48 hours and a 16% degradation at 72 hours if this data wasn't there. This study is a rigorous, scientifically correct study. It's limited in its sample size. There's a Navy study that has conflicting results. The authors of that study have stated that it applies only to the Navy model, and in fact the Navy model does not use QuickScat as effectively because they do something, and they create what's called a bogus or synthetic hurricane vortex within their analysis. The QuickScat then has to compete with that data, and it's not able to make as much of an impact. To sum up, QuickScat is an extremely important tool. We need not another clone of QuickScat, but we need a next-generation system that will enable us to make the improvements to hurricane prediction that the nation deserves. And NOAA is working actively to pursue both a follow-on to QuickScat and has an effective mitigation plan now to deal with a possible demise of QuickScat.
Thank you, Dr. Atlas. McKinnon, please proceed for 5 minutes.
Chairman Lamson, Chairman Miller, Ranking Member English and Ranking Member Sensenbrenner, and distinguished members of the subcommittees. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today to provide testimony regarding the service provided by the National Weather Service's Southern Region during Mr. Proenza's tenure. I'm Don McKinnon, Director of the Jones County Emergency Management Agency in Laurel, Mississippi. I am representing the Mississippi Civil Defense and Emergency Management Association, which has 300 members across all 82 counties of the state of Mississippi. I have worked in the Emergency Management Agency in Jones County for 26 years. I've been the director since 2001. Current, accurate, and timely weather information plays a significant role in all weather events as well as other incidents. The accessibility and the willingness of the National Weather Service to help emergency management are critical in our incident action plans as we prepare for and respond to these incidents. Over the past 6 years, I've had the opportunity to work with the Southern Region Director, Mr. Bill Proenza, on many occasions. At conferences and other meetings, Mr. Proenza would always solicit comments from the emergency managers and took their concerns to heart. Mr. Proenza convinced me that the National Weather Service could be more than a reactive weather source and could, in fact, be a proactive weather resource in the emergency management community. Mr. Proenza encouraged the local weather offices to involve emergency managers in their outreach activities. He fostered an environment within the southern region that allowed his personnel to work with and meet the needs of the customers that they served. Mississippi emergency managers could give you many examples of how Mr. Proenza made a difference in their ability to protect their citizens. I've listed a few in my written statement. The warning coordination meteorologist in San Angelo, Texas, came up with the Turnaround, Don't Drown program. Mr. Proenza recognized the benefit the program could have on saving lives and brought the program to the emergency management community. Once he sold the emergency managers on the program, he promoted it across the United States. The National Weather Service office in Jackson, Mississippi, partnered with the Mississippi Civil Defense and Emergency Management Association to develop an 8-hour training course geared toward the emergency management community that included the National Weather Service offices in Slidell, Louisiana, Memphis, Tennessee, and Mobile, Alabama. Now the training is offered annually and available to emergency management and the media. Without Mr. Proenza to institute changes and growth in the southern region, we may not have had the radar integrated display and geospatial elements, or RIDGE system, which provides area-specific warning information in the form of graphic polygons and text messages. This allows emergency management to focus on specific areas of the county and makes our decision-making process much quicker and more reliable. Now we do not have to make broad advisories, but we can focus on a specified area. Mr. Proenza recognized our need and worked with his staff to get us a better tool. The end result is saving lives and property. Many counties in the state were plagued by inefficient coverage by the National Weather Service Doppler radar system. Simply stated, it did not cover the counties the way it was designed to due to elevation and geographical location. Mr. Proenza was aware of this problem and worked constantly to correct it. Thanks to his support and tenacity in getting the radar moved, we now have a more reliable Doppler radar covering our counties. Recently, NOAA was considering the concept of operations, which would have resulted in lowering National Weather Service field office staffing and hours of operation of some field offices. Mr. Proenza defended the much-needed local presence of full-time service and stood with local emergency managers to question this dangerous concept. We're concerned that Mr. Proenza's defending the interest of public safety and the emergency management community may have brought retribution on him. Mr. Proenza is a dedicated servant of the American people. If you are uncomfortable with straight, honest, truthful answers to the hard questions, then don't ask Mr. Proenza the question, because that's what you're going to get, the truth. When I learned that Mr. Proenza had been appointed the director of the National Hurricane Center, I was extremely happy. And at the same time, I was sorry to see him leave managing the southern region. We hoped he would have the opportunity to bring the same innovative approaches to the National Hurricane Center that we came to expect when he managed the southern region. Mr. Proenza is an advocate for the people he serves, and when he encounters problems, he faces them head on. If it is broken, he wants it repaired. If it's working correctly, he wants it improved. In my dealings with Mr. Proenza, he has never been one to sit back and watch things happen. He has always been on the forefront making things happen. Sadly, it seems that he made the mistake of trying to improve the National Hurricane Center. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McKinnon. Mr. Robinson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Lamson, Chairman Miller, Ranking Member Inglis, members, thank you very much for inviting me again. Robie Robinson, Director of Security and Emergency Management, Dallas County. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the Emergency Managers Association of Texas. As you know, every state in the nation is at risk to disasters, and Texas is no exception. Disaster situations occur in our state practically every day. From 89 to 2000, floods and flash floods caused 35% of the weather-related deaths in Texas. They're followed in order by tornadoes, lightning, winter storms, extreme heat, severe thunderstorms, and finally hurricanes and tropical storms. As I was preparing this testimony, Texas had 61 counties with declared disasters going on. All right, we also know that a proactive, robust emergency management program can reduce risk, property loss, and even death. A critical component of local emergency management programs is timely, accurate weather data that we can understand. Bill Proenza has always been an active supporter of local emergency managers. During his tenure as the Southern Director, Bill ensured that the local emergency managers had ready access to weather information. He ensured that his folks took the time to understand our weather information needs. He ensured that they were available during weather events to answer our questions and provide forecasts. He also ensured that they worked closely with storm spotters and volunteer weather monitors to improve forecast models. Bill encouraged his staff to conduct training classes, teach local emergency managers one-on-one, and give presentations at local events and conferences. All right, support for local emergency managers was evident in my first emergency management position in Fisher County, Texas. I'd only been the volunteer EMC for 10 days when a tornado struck the largest town in our community. It was not a large tornado, but it was not a large town either. And the warnings given by the National Weather Service and the follow-up concern that they displayed were incredible. It changed the relationship from service and county to Robie Robinson and Buddy McIntyre, who worked at the San Angelo office of the National Weather Service. I went on to learn a lot more about weather from Buddy, and he hosted the first disaster exercise that I ever participated in as an emergency manager. Now, if I had never moved from rural West Texas, I would have chalked that one up to small-town hospitality. But now I'm in the 9th largest county in the nation, and the relationship that I have with the people there, Bill and Gary, is the same as it was back in West Texas. It's clear to me that the commitment of the National Weather Service personnel that I've worked with is a reflection of the leadership that they had coming down from the regional level. Thanks to Bill's leadership, we now have a wealth of weather data available in our emergency operations centers that we did not have 10 years ago. That data increases the time available for emergency managers and elected officials to consider alternative courses of action and choose the appropriate action to take. Now, some people say that weather has changed, but the weather hasn't changed. It's the same thing it was when Isaac Klein was watching the clouds over Galveston before the 1900 tornado. That is still the deadliest disaster ever to have struck on U.S. soil. But there are differences in us. There are different things that we do. We have more citizens and buildings, more densely populated cities, more people who don't rely on their own eyes and wives' tales. They rely instead on reliable forecasts to safeguard their families and their businesses. Thanks to Bill's leadership, we have a National Weather Service office in our area with a staff of professionals who keep us informed and answer our questions anytime, day or night. Local emergency managers used to only get weather warnings and watches information by NOAA weather radio, phone, or fax. Now we get them by internet, email, and pagers, as well as those other options. National Weather Service personnel listened to our needs and met them. Bill actively pushed for the Warning Coordinating Meteorologist program to support local emergency managers. National Weather Service has also built, during his tenure, valuable partnerships. Just a couple of years ago in Galveston, the National Weather Service opened a joint office with the Galveston County Emergency Management Agency. This is an innovative, forward-thinking partnership. Now, we all claim that we want to work together in our respective fields, but how many of us voluntarily go in to share offices on a day-to-day, regular basis? Jack Colley is the State Director of Emergency Management in Texas, and he couldn't be here today, but he asked me to say that we could not operate without the National Weather Service. They're a key partner in our state, and Bill is an innovator and an advocate for serving the needs of the locals so that we can protect the people who rely on us. My county is currently building a new emergency operations center to help keep our citizens safe. I hope that the National Weather Service will continue to look toward the future as we are and bring new tools and new products to the table. I hope that they continue the personal contact with emergency managers surrounding their regional offices. I hope their funding will be maintained at a level that we won't ever question their ability to serve the emergency management community and protect our people. I hope I can see and rely on the same enthusiasm and commitment from the National Weather Service during the last half of my career that I've witnessed during the first half. In closing, I hope the National Weather Service will continue the partnerships, energy, and knowledge and innovation that Bill Proenza fostered. I hope the information sharing will continue to us at the local level, as we're the conduits through which their warnings and watches are delivered to the moms and the dads and the sisters and brothers whose actual literal lives depend on that information. Members of the subcommittee's forecasting weather requires courage, because human beings don't control the weather. But I hope the leadership of NOAA and the National Weather Service do not move in this new century by squelching the courage of their people to speak out when they feel it's important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now move into our first round of questions, and I yield myself 5 minutes as the chair. You've commented on both Mr. Robinson and Mr. McKinnon have commented on the work that Mr. Proenza did as director of the southern region. Met the needs of your offices? Have any concerns about the quality of the products that he would deliver or his agency would deliver to your agencies, your offices?
On the contrary, no problems with the products at all. And if he had questions, then he would come to us and ask if we needed to improve the products that he was offering to us.
Typically, he would ask us if we needed anything else, and we got what we asked for.
Consider him a people person?
Yes.
You have a hard time getting along with people?
Very approachable and a very personable person to me.
Do you have any reason to lack confidence in the forecast, warnings, data, or other product that you've been receiving from the center?
None at all.
None, sir.
Dr. Atlas, did you ever discuss with Mr. Proenza greater collaboration between the Hurricane Research Division and the Hurricane Center after he became director in January?
Yes, I did. Immediately after Bill became director, we were both approached by the NOAA Chief of Staff, and we were asked to work closer together to bring research and operations much closer, and to be able to transition more of what we do in research into the operations of the Hurricane Center.
How was that received by people who worked beneath the two of you?
The people who work at AOML, at the Hurricane Research Division, were extremely pleased. We had been wanting to do this for many years. It had not been as effective as it could have been in the past. There are many new developments in research that need to get into operations, and we were working extremely well together to bring that about.
What would a research program look like to accomplish the goal of figuring out how to forecast hurricane intensity, if that's the primary question?
In order to be able to forecast hurricane intensity well, we need to have numerical models at very high resolution that are capable of representing the key processes that go on within the hurricane, including the hurricane core. What this means is we need to have better and more observations. We need to have better ways of using that data. We need to have a better understanding, and we must have these new models.
What kind of observational data will be needed to develop our understanding of hurricane intensity, and what kinds of sensors does that imply that we'll need in the future?
Well, we need essentially everything we have there now, but we need more of it, and we need it at higher resolution. If the models that are being run now were based on observations that were at pretty coarse resolution, and so are the models. Now, as we get down to a few kilometers in scale in our numerical weather prediction models, we must have data that is on a comparable scale. We need it for the development of the models, and we need it to provide initial conditions to the models.
How would findings from such a research program be translated into upgrades to models or other tools and techniques for the staff at the Hurricane Center?
This is there's a process in NOAA for transitioning research, and there are new facilities that will make this go even better. There's something called the Developmental Test Center located in Colorado, which enables researchers to work with the operational models and enable us to upgrade them. Ultimately, it goes through the Joint Hurricane Test Bed at the Hurricane Center, and if it passes the test, it then goes into operations.
Thank you very much. I only have a few seconds left. I'm going to yield that back, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Diaz-Balart for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Also, I just want to tell the chairman and others on the committee and my dear friend, Mr. Klein, that one thing that it's worth seeing is the operation that Dr. Atlas has down there in South Florida. Incredible people and led very well by Mr. Atlas. And I recently had the privilege to visit with them, and thank you for your hospitality, sir. I'm glad that we're kind of getting away from personnel issues and more on science issues, which is what this committee knows how to do, and we don't know how to deal with personnel, nor do we have the power to. But since a couple of things were brought up, I very briefly want to address it. Mr. Robinson, and I think very well stated that obviously we need to make sure that the courage to do the right thing continues. And I have no doubt whatsoever that Mr. Proenza has had that courage. But I just want to, there's some incredible people at the Hurricane Center. I don't know if you all have had have had a chance to meet with them, but since I do live and represent that part of town, that part of the country, you get to kind of know some of them. And Dr. Avila, James Franklin, so many, Richard Knabb, Dr. Knabb, I should say, Daniel Brown. There's so many incredible leaders. Obviously, you're not, and I know you're not, but I just want to make it very clear for the record, you're not implying that the people in the Hurricane Center don't have the courage or the expertise to do their job, correct? I mean, I know you're not, but I just want to make sure that,
That's correct.
Right. I don't want anybody to ever misinterpret what you're saying, because I thought you were very positive and very clear. Getting back to the science now, Dr. Atlas, I've had conversations, and you just repeated it now, that one of the areas that we need to do much better is in forecasting the strength, the intensity of the storm. And you've given me some I think, very easy to understand in layman's terms explanation as to where we are and how we can do better. And if you could just give me a little bit of your outlook. Are you optimistic that we can do better, and what do we need to do in order to do better?
When I left NASA to come to NOAA, I did it because I had a specific goal in mind, and one of those goals deals with the improvement of hurricane prediction. I agree wholeheartedly with every positive statement said about the National Hurricane Center and its personnel. They do an excellent job. It represents the state of our science, the state of the art. However, it's still not good enough for what the nation needs. We need to narrow the cone of uncertainty. I believe that if we develop the kinds of models and get the kinds of observations and increased understanding that I've mentioned to forecast intensity, we will be able to narrow the cone of uncertainty as well. We're at a time in hurricane science where resources put into computing, into research, into model development, and new observations can have tremendous payoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diaz-Balart. I will recognize Ron Klein. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Atlas and gentlemen, for coming today and being part of our discussion. I was focusing in my questions to Mr. Proenza on the difference of QuickScat and the role that QuickScat plays, and the difference if QuickScat is unavailable or in some diminished capacity on marine forecasting and, of course, hurricane forecasting in general. Can you give some comment on the quality and quantity of difference based on what NOAA said is, here is our, after pushing them a little bit, but here's the backup on how we're going to approach this between the European satellite, and I guess there's a new Indian satellite that's coming online, or a couple of other things, plus the other data and resources we have available to us?
There's actually another American satellite that's functioning right now called WINSAT, and I've done numerical experiments that show that WINSAT does provide useful data, although not nearly as accurate or as much as QuickScat does. In general, if we only had WINSAT to replace QuickScat, we would lose about half of the beneficial effect of satellite surface wind data. The European scatterometer ASCAT is comparable to their earlier scatterometer in how it senses the surface wind, and does a little better than QuickScat in heavy rain situations, but is much poorer in terms of resolution and coverage, and does not have the ability to represent an entire storm circulation within its data coverage. We believe that we will lose some forecast accuracy. Certainly, if we do nothing, we will lose forecast accuracy. But the mitigation plan that NOAA has to make use of ASCAT, to augment our reconnaissance aircraft, and to potentially put new observing systems on unmanned aerial systems could mitigate the loss of QuickScat very effectively. I think that it's one of the very good things NOAA has done is to develop this mitigation plan, and it's being thought out very carefully.
Okay? And just a follow-up on your comments on ASCAT and your previous comment, the fact that QuickScat in its present form has more of a difficult time in heavy rains and things like that. Are we already currently getting data from ASCAT? Is that part of our engagement currently, or is that just as a backup in the event QuickScat?
We just started receiving data from ASCAT very recently. The forecasters are evaluating the quality of the data and to what extent they can use it. There are several difficulties in applying the ASCAT data the way they applied QuickScat. And so there's a learning curve that we need to get over.
And is there anything else going on in the rest of the world? I mean, obviously, the Far East has significant storms and typhoons and a lot of other things. Other countries, other technologies that are currently in place that we are considering or should be considering, or are we at the top of the curve here in science and there's nothing for us to grab onto from the other part of the world?
Congressman, there are other countries that are developing scatterometers, but we don't know how good that data will be or even whether or not they will make it available to us. There are other technologies that could also go into space or be used on aircraft that would bring about or contribute to significant further improvements in weather analysis and prediction.
Okay, and the last question is, we've heard a number of times that research, it's not just the satellite or the buoy. Research is a key component of everything from developing models to identifying new factors that we should be considering. Are we currently researching or supporting the level of research that you believe is necessary for the future of weather forecasting at this moment? And if not, what do you recommend?
If I had to answer with a yes or no, I'd have to say no, but that's partially because, as was pointed out earlier, scientists never believe that we have enough resources for what we want to do. I think the level of resources that has existed up to this point with where we were in a period of less hurricane activity and the state of our science was appropriate. Now, in this period of very active hurricanes, and the fact that our science is now at a stage where we can rapidly capitalize upon additional resources, certainly more would be warranted.
And if you can get back to us on exactly what, it's easy to throw a number at something, but I think it would be helpful to this committee to understand what specifics that we could support, such types of research, the amount of support, resources necessary to get you where you need to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Mr. Inglis, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McKinnon, Ms. Robinson, it's very helpful testimony from you to establish that Mr. Proenza is a capable fellow who did excellent work while he was in a liaison role with the two of you. Is that a good way to characterize your testimony?
Yes, sir, it is mine.
He was very effective in working with you and capable fellow. And I think that it's important that for all of us to stipulate that seems to be the case. You're here saying that, and apparently the administration thought that when they hired him to go to the center, right? Because they thought he was a very capable fellow.
Yes,
I just was out in the hallway with some teachers and had a little discussion about how, do you think it's possible that somebody that's a very good match for the superintendent of schools for a county is maybe not the best match as the principal of an elementary school? And of course, they immediately were shaking their heads, yes, there's a different role involved. If you're the leader of a small elementary school, you're rubbing shoulders every day with the teachers, you're energizing them, you're being enthusiastic about their kids and what they're doing, you're working with them in their individual lives. Whereas if you're at the head shed, the district superintendent, you're basically interacting with the community and principals and various, at a different level. Is it fair to say that your interaction with Mr. Proenza sounds like it might fit more the model of the head shed guy, right? The district office person that was interacting with you as community members. Is that accurate?
I only interacted with him as the local representative. I work on the county level.
Yeah. So you worked with him as in your capacity as a county employee, not his employee, right? You never worked for him.
No, I did not.
And Mr. McKinnon, you never worked for him.
No, sir, I never worked for him.
So in that way, while your testimony is very helpful in saying that he's a very capable fellow and substantiates a decision of the administration to hire him in the first place to go to this center, you really can't testify as to what it would be like to work with him in a group of 46 people, sometimes 24 hours a day, sleeping at the center when a storm is bearing down. You really don't know what it'd be like to be there with him in that environment.
My comment would be, sir, we have worked very closely over the years, and I found Mr. Proenza to be very approachable, very personable, and an effective leader.
Yeah.
I don't believe we've had enough time at the National Hurricane Center to find out exactly. We haven't even gone through an entire hurricane season with him at the helm to find out exactly how effective he would be at the Hurricane Center.
Right. Of course, if 23 people of the 46 say that he's not effective in hurricane season is coming on, it sort of indicates it's a scary proposition that 23, say, of the elementary school teachers don't have confidence in the elementary school principal and think perhaps he or she should go back to the district office. And of course, I would ask my colleagues to be thinking about how we have different relationships with our staff, perhaps, than we do with our constituents. Their constituents, we can be very friendly, and they're out there. With our staff, we might have a very different relationship. And so it's a different role, right?
Yes, sir, but I think the word would be out if your staff disliked you for that reason, and I've never heard that about Mr. Proenza.
You know, I've always been amazed at members of Congress getting away with it, to tell you the truth. But anyway, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Just one thing as we wrap this up. How would either of you, Mr. McKinnon and Mr. Robinson, react to a decision that would return Mr. Proenza to former position as director of the Southern Regional Office?
I'd be very happy to hear that.
Let me think about the question a moment, sir.
Right.
That's a very good question. I think Mr. Proenza has a lot of potential. I think he has a lot to offer the American public, to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and to the National Weather Service. I think he would do the National Hurricane Center and the American public very proud, and I think he would make it again, not to say that it has lost its reputation, but I think he would elevate its reputation back to the premier hurricane center in the world, given the opportunity to advance the ideas that he has.
Gentlemen, thank you. Does anyone else have any? Warren?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence. And I guess we're kind of speaking now hypothetically, but and again, as someone who really likes Mr. Proenza, I think he's a really good, decent man. And I think he's not only that, but he's really trying to do the best job he can. I don't think there's any evil people here. This is not a conspiracy thing. I don't buy that. I think it is what it is. But let me just ask you this then, kind of theoretically as well. If you all have a number of you supervise an individual, and that individual has a number of people that he or she supervises. And if you get notified by those employees, half of them, people that you really respect, that their supervisor, person that works under you, they cannot work with, that they're having major problems with, and you know that it's a very important job. Would you ignore that request? Would you just say, I don't care what you say, I'm not going to do anything about it? Would you, in one way or another, and there's different ways of doing that, or would you try to see what's actually going on to make sure that things are running smoothly?
Are you directing the question to me, sir?
And whoever wants to.
I believe there's two sides to every story, as you have said.
Absolutely.
And for a matter of record, I do not want to cast any doubt on the credibility or the professionalism of anyone at the National Hurricane Center.
Which is what I hope we
exactly.
Thank you.
Certainly not. Certainly not. I do believe in this case opposites do not attract, and we may have some friction there. As with any case, and to answer your question, I do have people that report to me, and I do have supervisors that report to me. If there is a problem that the supervisor cannot resolve, then I do, if the information is brought to me, I do question the supervisor, and I question the person who's made the allegations. And we try to come to a suitable conclusion for all the parties that matter.
And I think, again, and we're hypothetical, I think that would be the only responsible way to do it. Now, we can argue as to what procedure you should take in order to do that, but I think it would be, frankly, not reasonable to expect, if you have people that are well respected who complain, and maybe they don't have good reasons to, I think it would be totally responsible to not try to find out whether there's something to those complaints. And the reason I mention that is because, again, I agree with you, I don't think there's evil people here. The people at the Hurricane Center, by the way, who have not lost their reputation, who are incredible and who are very good, despite what, again, we all say some things that we shouldn't say, I'm sure we regret up here, but I'm talking about members of Congress, not you all. But when you have professionals at the Hurricane Center with good or not so good reasons, questioning whether an individual there is making the job impossible to do, I think it would be irresponsible to not take measures, whether the right ones are taken or not, to try to address. So therefore, I don't see how NOAA acted wrong. I don't see how Mr. Proenza acted wrong. And I don't see how the people in the Hurricane Center acted wrong. I think what you have here is, frankly, people that just can't work together very well. Doesn't mean they're evil. Doesn't mean they're not qualified. Because clearly Mr. Proenza is qualified, and clearly the people in the Hurricane Center are qualified, and clearly NOAA has tried to address it. Would you disagree with that kind of general assessment?
No, I think that's a reasonable statement, but I don't have all the inside knowledge, and neither do you. There, I mean, you've said that, and I think that given that, all we can do is look at it from the outside and evaluate it. I've given my perspective, and y'all will have to work from your perspective.
And Mr. Chairman, we obviously appreciate their perspective. Thank you, sir. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gentlemen, thank you very, very much for your time, your insight, your answers. Y'all have a good day. I hope you make your flight, and it's a nice one, and we'll call you again. Welcome. At this point, well, shall we take a stand up and take a deep breath as he comes in. Admiral Lautenbacher will be, Vice Admiral Lautenbacher is the next witness. very brief recess. We welcome the next panel, and that includes Vice Admiral Conrad Lautenbacher, who is the Undersecretary of Commerce for Oceans and Atmosphere and the Administrator of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and also Dr. James Turner, Deputy Director of the National Institute of Standards and Technology. Dr. Turner led the assessment team at the request of Admiral Lautenbacher and will testify on the assessment and the findings of the assessment team's report. Again, as our witnesses should know, spoken testimony is limited to 5 minutes, after which we will ask, as members of the committee, 5 minutes, and it's also the common practice of the subcommittee to take testimony under oath. Do you have any objections to being sworn in? You also have the right to be represented by counsel. Is anyone represented by counsel today? So if you will, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, gentlemen. You'll have your seats, and Dr. Lautenbacher, would you please begin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Inglis, distinguished members of the committee and staff. I am here at your request today to address issues concerning the Tropical Prediction Center's National Hurricane Center and the decision to place its director, William Proenza, on leave. Before I begin, however, I want to make clear to the committee and all residents of coastal states in no uncertain terms that NOAA, the National Weather Service, and the TPC are fully prepared for this hurricane season. Our forecasting ability continues to improve, and the American people can expect nothing less than the full capabilities of the National Hurricane Center. The scientists and forecasters at the TPC answer to one of the highest callings in public service, the protection of life and property. They have dedicated their careers to preparing their fellow citizens for the dangers brought on by tropical weather. When a storm is bearing down, they continue to calmly provide accurate and timely forecasts. It is for these reasons that we want to provide them with all the support they need to do their jobs. In recent weeks, some concerns about operations at the TPC have come to my attention. When Mary Glacken, a career NOAA employee with 22 years of experience in the National Weather Service and 30 in NOAA, became acting director of the service on June 11, 2007, she was aware of a need to improve managerial rigor throughout National Weather Service operations. She promptly communicated to all senior staff the need for adherence to organizational policies, procedures, and the chain of command. In response to information that the TPC director, William Proenza, may have disregarded direct instructions from his supervisor, Ms. Glacken specifically counseled Mr. Proenza about these matters on June 14, 2007. On June 19, Ms. Glacken, responding to a request of a TPC employee, participated in a conference call with 11 employees at the Hurricane Center, including 7 of the 9 hurricane specialists. Despite expressing fear of retaliation for expressing their views, the participants on the call said that they felt muzzled by Mr. Proenza, that he lacked the knowledge of the hurricane program necessary to make informed decisions about the future of the program and hurricane forecasts, and that his actions were generating turmoil, fear, and a loss of cohesiveness at the center. When I was briefed about this call, I felt it was essential to look into what appeared to be significant employee complaints, questioning whether they could do their job under Mr. Proenza's leadership. In fact, I felt it would be irresponsible for a senior manager not to get to the bottom of the issue. Concerned about the ramifications of this discontent during the middle of the hurricane season, I decided we needed an immediate, fair, and impartial assessment of these allegations independent of the National Weather Service. With lives potentially at stake, inaction was not an option. Dr. Jim Turner, Deputy Director of the National Institute of Standards and Technology, agreed to lead a team to assess operations at the TPC. The team was given a broad mandate to address management, organizational structure, and operations. On Friday, July 6th, Dr. Turner provided preliminary findings. Specifically, the team advised that, based on their firsthand observations, the continued presence of Director Proenza at the TPC will interfere with the ability of the assessment team to complete its work. Moreover, it was, quote, the unanimous opinion of the assessment team that Mr. Proenza's actions during the assessment have not only failed to calm his staff, but have actually resulted in a level of anxiety and disruption that threatens the TPC's ability to fulfill its mission to protect the American people, unquote. The team cited incidents where Mr. Proenza questioned the senior forecaster at his workstation about his interview, approached other staff to ask for their support before they spoke with the team, and conducted media interviews on the operations floor while hurricane specialists were attempting to perform their regular duties. After hearing from the team, I advised Mr. Proenza on July 9th that he was being placed on leave based on the team's determination that his presence threatened the center's, quote, ability to fulfill its mission to protect the American people, unquote. On Friday, July 13th, the assessment team presented its final report. It found that, quote, the short-term ability of the TPC to provide accurate and timely information was put at risk due to the TPC directive's disruptive conduct and lack of trust between many staff and the director, unquote. More pointedly, the team determined that, quote, the TPC's ability to achieve its mission was seriously threatened because of the environment which had been created by the director's statements and actions, unquote. Citing actions by Mr. Proenza that intimidated and alienated staff, damaged teamwork, and produced fears of retaliation, the team concluded that, quote, the negative work environment exacerbated by the director has had and is likely to continue to have a major deleterious impact on the center's ability to fulfill its mission if he is allowed to return to his position, unquote. The team recommended, quote, the current TPC director should be reassigned and not be allowed to return to his position at the center. This should be done due to his failure to demonstrate leadership within the TPC rather than due to his public statements, unquote. The assessment team also included a number of other recommendations for improving operations at the TPC, the National Weather Service, and NOAA. I've asked my Deputy Undersecretary to provide a written review and response to these recommendations within 2 weeks' time. Let me say at this point that William Proenza has a long and distinguished career with the National Weather Service. Any decisions I may make with regard to these recommendations will be made on the merits of the team's assessment of operations at the National Hurricane Center and not on any other issues or public comments Mr. Proenza may have made. A copy of the team's report, along with other relevant documents, has been included with the written testimony I have submitted for the record. And finally, I'd like to note that the official forecasts of the Tropical Prediction Center do not come out of a computer. They do not come out of a single satellite. Hurricane forecasting at its core still comes down to a team of specialists coming together to analyze all available data and using their best expertise and wisdom to make a forecast. The American people need to know that when a storm is bearing down, those forecasters are focused on only one thing, that they feel free to offer their views and that they are supported at the very highest levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral. Dr. Turner, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Chairman, members of the committees, I am providing information to you today pursuant to the formal request I received in writing from the chairman. I am happy to provide a brief summary statement about the work of at the Tropical Prediction Center of the Independent Assessment Team. Our team was composed of Matthew Heyman, National Institutes of Standards and Technology, John Gunther, Department of Commerce, Kathy Kelly, and Alexis Gutierrez, both of the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration. We were charged to do the assessment. When we were charged to do the assessment, we asked for a written scope. We were asked to assess, 1, the ability of the Tropical Prediction Center to continue to provide accurate and timely information, 2, whether the management and organization structure facilitates TPC achieving its mission, and 3, the extent to which lessons learned from recent hurricanes, including the 2005 Gulf Coast events, have been incorporated. Please note that these are management issues. The assessment was not intended to be a technical referendum on the efficacy of the QuickScat satellite. Discussion of QuickScat was only pertinent to us insofar as it impacted the 3 areas the team was asked to assess. So that we would be clear on what our mission was, we were also asked that our work be considered independent. We zealously guarded that independence, and that independence was scrupulously respected by NOAA management. Our process involved visiting the center twice, touring the facilities, and being available to all employees, including the director, who wanted to speak with us. We made ourselves available to the employees at times that would not interfere with their work schedule. In all, 31 of the 46 center employees voluntarily came forward to answer the prepared questions we had. Each employee was also offered the opportunity to comment on any areas they felt pertinent to our scope which were not addressed in our questions. Every employee we interviewed was provided with a written draft summary of what we thought we heard as their responses. The employees were free to correct the draft if errors were detected. Using the interviews as well as our personal observations and firsthand experience at the center, we developed a set of findings to address our charge. Where we thought pertinent, we provided recommendations. The report was delivered to Admiral Conrad Lautenbacher on February 13, 2007. At this point, sir, would you like for me to do a brief summary of the findings and recommendations?
Yes, sir, please.
First, we divided the findings up according to the three areas we were charged to address. First, the ability of the TPC to continue to provide accurate and timely information regarding hurricane-related activities. First, across the board, staff members of the TPC are highly dedicated to achieving the mission of saving lives and protecting property. We also looked at the technical capability as well as the work environment. And from a strictly technical standpoint, the TPC is equipped to continue to provide accurate and timely information. However, the short-term ability of the TPC to provide accurate and timely information was put at risk due to the director's disruptive conduct and the lack of trust between many staff and the director. The negative work environment, exacerbated by the director, has had and is likely to continue to have a major deleterious impact on the center's ability to fulfill its mission if he is allowed to return to his position. By the same token, simply replacing the director will not resolve the center's workplace issues. If staff morale and long-standing organizational issues are not addressed, they will hinder the center's ability to accomplish its mission. If in the longer term, the TPC faces some potential degradation of its capabilities if current data about wind speed and direction, wind vectors, over the oceans are no longer available due to the loss of quickscat before or similar or better data are available through a yet-to-be-designed alternative instrument. The second charge, whether the management and organizational structure facilitates their achieving their mission, the lack of effective supervisory oversight from NOAA, the National Weather Service, INCEP, and TPC management has contributed significantly to long-standing problems at the center, as well as the disruption over the last 6 months. And finally, to whether lessons learned were incorporated, we used as our source document the service assessment from Katrina. We found that the lessons learned were in fact incorporated, that there were several best practices identified, and that there were research challenges remaining, the primary one of which was the forecast of intensity. Among our recommendations, the current TPC director should be reassigned and not be allowed to return to his position at the center. This should be done due to his failure to demonstrate leadership within the TPC rather than due to his public statements about the Quickscat satellite or NOAA leadership. A replacement should be recruited as soon as possible through a nationwide full and open competition. Morale problems and division among staff must be addressed as a high priority for the good of the center and to ensure that the organization can perform its mission. INCEP, National Weather Service, and NOAA should increase their focus on the critical technical needs in hurricane forecasting, including improved ocean surface vector wind data, intensity understanding and forecasting, and modeling. NOAA leadership at all levels must require the highest level of conduct and performance from its employees and its managers. Supervisors must know that they will be supported in the management of their operations and held accountable for failure to manage effectively. NOAA must communicate aggressively in plain language key facts and rebut erroneous information about its hurricane to stakeholders, the public, and then we have a number of things after that.
That's fine. We may get to some of those during our questioning, and I appreciate your testimony. We at this time will go into our rounds of questioning, and I will yield myself 5 minutes. Admiral Lautenbacher, when did you learn of the complaints from the center?
I learned about the complaints on June the 19th and a phone call from Mary Glacken, who is the acting director of the Weather Service.
Was it the day before you came to visit me? Proenza, well, actually, the day before you came to visit me, Mr. Proenza and the center must have been pretty much on your mind, for on June 26th, you sent a note over to the head of NIST asking that Dr. Turner be loaned to NOAA to head up a review team.
When I came to see you, we were very concerned about the personnel issue at the Hurricane Center, and we're working on ways to deal with it.
Okay. Was the communication that you sent on that day the first communication between NOAA and NIST regarding who might be detailed to such a team?
The first communication, I think, was I signed on June 26th, and that's the first one that I'm aware of at this point, that we, in order to set in motion the kinds of procedures and process that was necessary, we needed to ensure that we had the right documents, the right charge, that the team agreed with it, people were involved, so that was the beginning of the process.
On that same day, you produced a brief outline of what you wanted the team to review. When was the first draft of that produced, and by whom?
I don't recall. I can try to take that for the record. It was certainly one of my staff.
On June 26th also, you received legal authority to take managerial actions against Mr. Proenza. Do you remember receiving that authority?
Yes, I do. The background on that is that the Secretary of Commerce holds the authority to reassign and transfer members of the level of employment at which Mr. Proenza is at. I can't overemphasize the extraordinary concerns that I felt from what Mary Glacken had relayed to me, and when I expressed that to the department, they felt that we needed to have a way to ensure that if there were some immediate problems, that we would have some way to deal with them. It was clearly a backup mechanism to ensure that we would not undermine the ability of that team to function to forecast hurricanes.
Okay, so while you were working to put together the team that will get to the bottom of the situation at the center, you were also securing the authority to get rid of or reassign Proenza. And yesterday, the staff were told by the head of the review team that they were going into their review of the Hurricane Center with no preconceived notions. That doesn't seem that you shared that attitude. When did you first meet with the review team?
I have always been interested in a fair and impartial review of what was going on at the Hurricane Center, and I would ask you can ask Dr. Turner about his feeling of independence or not, but that was where I was going. I've never been, never publicly stated or been involved in any issues other than trying to make the situation such that Mr. Proenza could succeed in his task as the head of the Hurricane Center. As I said, it was purely a backup to ensure that if there were some situation that came up, that we could move quickly and not undermine the capability of the center.
Did you tell them that you had sought the authority to transfer or reassign Mr. Proenza?
I don't recall whether I told them that or not.
What did you tell them about him? What was your charge to them?
My charge to them is in the document that we provided, which indicates the three tasks that we asked them, and my personal conversations, as far as I can recall, were in line with the written document that we have provided and the charge that we gave to the team.
I'm going to yield back my time and yield time now to Chairman Miller.
Good afternoon. Admiral Lautenbacher, you said that you first heard of any problems at the center on June 19th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There was an April 21 email that spoke of a 5-step Proenza plan, and it said that you had asked for that. What is the Proenza plan? What were the 5 steps? What was the purpose of it? What was that all about?
It's a euphemism for us trying to help Bill to accommodate to his new position. We had asked and talked about, and I can't expressly remember who had what idea, but we felt the following, that first of all, he's in a new position, and for any employee, and certainly at the SES level, there's a requirement that you have a performance plan so that their progress and their expectations of the management can be outlined and agreed to by the employee. I wanted to make sure, first of all, confirmation from the chain of command that was in place, because he had just come into a new position from an older position, and that needed to be done. The next step was that it was time for a mid-year review. You're required to consult with your employees and have a face-to-face meeting in terms of telling them how they've done, where they're going, and advocating what needs to be done with them. Those were 2. 3 was given some of the misleading statements that had been in the press. We asked him I wanted the chain of command to provide some ethics training, and 4 was to, and these are not, there's no 5-step program. This was designed to give him the material and tools in order to make him a more effective director. 4th was the information and direct connection with our budget activities, so that he would have full and free access and the information on how much was being spent on various issues, and particularly his part of the world. And then 5 was media training. He is responsible for his statements in public, and is, quite frankly, the most visible spokesman of NOAA, and it's very important that he do that job well. So those were the 5 kinds of steps. They were designed to provide for him the tools to make him successful in the job.
Why did you ask legal to look at it? The email says Eddie said he wanted to get legal to look it over.
Because I asked the HR folks, I wanted to make sure. I'm very deferential to protecting the rights as a career person myself. I'm very deferential to protecting the rights of career employees, making sure that management does not overstep the bounds of what is proper, right and proper, in order to supervise and maintain adequate control and management of all employees. So it was a check to make sure that we were not overstepping any potential bounds.
There have been no subpoena issues by this committee. We have described to NOAA what kinds of documents we want provided. We got 700 pages of documents last night. 84, excuse me. 284. You've mentioned legal here. Of course, some of this is subject to a subpoena, but has NOAA provided all the documents that meet the description that we provided you, of the documents that we want? Have any been withheld on any claim of lawyer-client privilege, or executive privilege, or decisional process privilege, or Privacy Act privilege, or any other basis?
Yeah, none of that for the documents we provided, and I'm certainly going to state, and your staff knows, we have not provided we have not completed the document search. We are working as quickly as we can to provide all of the information you need. We want to cooperate with your need to review everything, and we are continuing to work on that as fast as we can.
Okay, and we will continue to get documents from you then?
Yes, sir. You will continue to get documents from us.
The way that this management assessment team was described, or as Mr. Proenza learned of it, was that he got a call as they were arriving from you. That was the first he learned of it, that other employees at that center knew about it, knew the team was coming, but for him, they showed up at his door. And that seems to be, apparently was intentional, a plan. sounds more like law enforcement serving a search warrant than a management assessment. Why was it done in that way?
That was not the intention at all. The issue was to try to protect the rights of both Mr. Proenza and the employees. I'm not aware of who knew or who didn't know before or whatever, but I know that arrangements were made logistically to ensure that someone knew that there'd be some people coming, so that there would be
was there a decision, a conscious decision that Mr. Proenza would not know that there was a management assessment team on the way?
There was a conscious decision to try to make this and as, let's see, what's the right term here? We wanted to assess the situation as it was. We were very concerned. I was concerned based on what I heard from Mary Glacken about reprisals and the employees' concerns. So the issue was to try to the best that we could, and this isn't some big secret operation. This is just try to do it as a snapshot of the way the operation functions, and to do it in a way that didn't alarm either Mr. Proenza or the employees. That was the intent.
Have you sent in management teams in similar circumstances and not told the head of the office that they were arriving until they were at his doorstep?
I have not done that, have not had the need to do that in my term as the head of NOAA. I have done it a number of times in my Navy career, and it's a normal process to have reviews that are done as daily business is occurring in order not to disrupt the command, which is another issue. We didn't want them to spend a lot of time trying to prepare and create a great deal of perhaps consternation, and as I said, concerned about the reaction the employees would have if Mr. Proenza and they were trying to prepare for some, and again, it was an assessment, a snapshot assessment. It's not designed in any other way except to uncover the facts.
Okay, I have more questions, but there'll be additional round. Mr. English for 5 minutes.
Admiral, Chairman Lamson was concerned in his questions about why it was that you didn't mention it, the pending action involving the team going in to see Mr. Proenza at the time that you met with him, Chairman Lamson. Is that in retrospect a good decision on your part, or?
I believe so, because at the time we had not completed the full discussion, deliberation process to make a final decision on exactly how it would be conducted, try to ensure protections if we were to do it, and exactly when we would do it, and what the results. The plan had not been formulated at that point when I saw the chairman.
And I suppose my take on that is, if it's a personnel matter, it's really not ripe for discussion. Is that right? I mean, in other words, if we don't exactly discuss, you wouldn't naturally, or you wouldn't take it upon yourself to discuss personnel matters that aren't yet decided.
I would not do that as a normal course of action. I did advise the committee and personally called a number of people on Monday to tell them of what the issue was and how we were going to try to deal with it, because I'm very respectful that this committee needs to understand what's going on at an area as sensitive as the Hurricane Center.
And you could have simply terminated Mr. Proenza, is that correct?
There's a misunderstanding here about the authority. I don't have any authority that is not granted in the normal personnel regulations that come from the laws that Congress provides and as are distributed to us from the Office of Personnel Management. So there's a very clear procedure that one must go through, and I would never, in my wildest imagination, think of violating any due process and procedures and providing all the rights that accompany that. So I was not interested in anything to do with dismissal or removal at that point.
Mm-hmm. But in other words, sending in a team, was that required? Were you required to send in an assessment team, or could you have taken more direct action if you wanted to against?
If I had wanted to, I could have taken more direct action. I did not feel it was appropriate to take more direct action. or I could have instituted more direct action, if in more respectfully. And remember that Mary actually recommended that more direct action be taken. I wanted to ensure that everybody's rights were protected, Mr. Proenza's, as well as the employees that work for him.
Yeah. And Dr. Turner, in retrospect, do you think it's the right decision to go without notice? Chairman Miller mentioned that concern, that it was without notice to Mr. Proenza that you all showed up. Is that, in retrospect, the right thing to do, you think, or?
Well, first of all, let me just correct something I may have said, misspoken in my opening statement. The report was delivered to Admiral Lautenbacher on July 13th. But as far as your question, I just find it very difficult to answer because it's a hypothetical, and I've not thought about that, and I don't know. There may have been some other situations and circumstances that I was not aware of, and so I would certainly not, based on what I knew, I would certainly not be in a position to second-guess decisions made by the Admiral or anyone else.
Yeah. Well, it seemed to me that actually you would want to go in quickly and without notice. I know that Chairman Miller seems to think that's untoward, or appears to think it's untoward. I would think that's exactly what's indicated in the circumstances. Because otherwise, you put everybody on notice. They're going to go around getting their stories together. They're going to spend time of the agency developing arguments rather than keeping on doing their work. And let's just come in here and check and see what's happening here. So seems to me a rather reasonable decision. Also, I'm almost out of time, but it occurs to me, Admiral, you've had a lot of experience in the Navy, and I would assume that the teacher analogy you may have heard that I used out in the hallway with some teachers, that the person that's best at being the elementary school principal may not be the same person that performs well at the district office and vice versa. I suppose that's been your experience, and I hope that somehow we leave here having delved, unfortunately, rather publicly into a personnel matter that may damage the reputation of Mr. Proenza in the end, that he could be restored as somebody that can perform well in a number of circumstances and maybe just didn't fit in this. Is that how you think this might, this footnote in history be written?
Obviously, I can't describe what actions I'm going to take because I haven't gotten the recommendations that I've asked for from my deputy. But my track record, and you can ask many people, has been always to try to ensure that people are in the right billets, that they're given the opportunities to perform at their highest level. I believe in the inherent dignity and rights of every individual, and I've always worked to try to put people in the right jobs and to ensure their success. And I will continue to do that.
Thank you, Admiral.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admiral, how are you, sir?
I'm fine, thank you, sir.
Just for my information, we call you Admiral, but because you were an Admiral and you still have the title. How long were you in the Navy?
I was in the Navy for 40 years.
40 years. That's kind of a small mom and pop operation, right? The Navy, you didn't have to supervise a lot of people then, did you?
I've had experience at all levels in supervising small groups to very large groups.
Well, thank you for your service to the country that you continue to do. Mr. Turner, Dr. Turner, I was also, by the way, it's just when I was looking at your resume, sir, it's pretty impressive. I just think it's good for us to hear this. I might embarrass you because I know but I just think, when you've got people this caliber in front of you, I think it's important to say, this is a man who has received the U.S. Government Presidential Rank Award for Meritorious Service, 3 times received the U.S. Department of Energy Exceptional Service Award, earned the Secretary of Energy Gold Award, and the National Nuclear Security Administration's Gold Medal. It's a privilege to be in your presence, sir, and to both of your presence.
Thank you very much, sir.
We have something here that's kind of almost, I guess, without precedent. I don't know how many times I've only been in Congress for a few years. It's only my 3rd term, but I don't. Dr. Turner or Admiral, have you all ever been in a position where half of the staff publicly manifests itself against a supervisor publicly and even with the press? Is that something normal? I mean, again, as a rookie, is that something that happens a lot in the federal government?
I've had about 30 years in federal government, and I've not run into that type of situation where there's been a public outcry such as that.
Dr. Turner, in your years of being a supervisor, if however something like that would have happened, would you have thought it would have been responsible to not act and try to find out what's going on and kind of ignore the situation and not try to come up with a way to try to figure out what's wrong or, what's going on?
Yeah, yes, sir. I think it is part of the responsibility of a supervisor, and also I think in some cases similar to this, the difficulty is getting employees to speak on the record. That often is difficult because one cannot act unless they go on record, because it's not fair to the person being accused. It's also not fair to the person who ultimately has to make a decision, and it's not fair to the employee is expecting something to happen, but they need to go on record. And I think these people went on record, and I think again,
that's pretty clear. Admiral, let me. I sound critical. I just learned now that you could have, once you got the information from Acting Secretary Glacken, you could have, on your own, acted to, move Mr. Proenza. And yet, what you did instead is you created this, you asked people to go in and look what's going on. Would it not be, frankly, a fair criticism saying that, knowing of the importance of the Hurricane Center, that we are now in the middle of a hurricane season, that you, frankly, were not aggressive enough and didn't act quick enough because of what's at stake here? I mean, isn't that a fair criticism to say that maybe you were not aggressive and quick enough?
That's a fair criticism, and I've thought long and hard about that too, and tried to find the right compromise to ensure rights were protected and that we were doing the right thing for the American people. It's a very difficult decision.
And within that decision, Admiral, so you were aware of the importance of the Hurricane Center and the fact that we're in a hurricane season, and yet you still thought that you would be a little bit slower and I guess a little bit more deliberative, and you actually got this group of individuals. I already mentioned some of the awards that Dr. Turner has earned. So you obviously found a pretty qualified group of individuals, and you did not just act. You actually you wanted to make sure that Mr. Proenza and the individuals, the highly qualified scientists and others at the Hurricane Center, had the ability to really air it out without fear of retribution. Is that what you did, even though knowing that you would have had to slow down in order to do that, even though we're in the middle of a hurricane season?
I did, and I felt that if there were any indications, first of all, I watched the weather situation very closely because I was not going to do this in a period when we had serious tropical activity and needed to have full efforts placed on the hurricane forecasting. So that was part of the decision as well.
Thank you, Admiral. So again, and I'm not being critical, but I just want to make sure that's very clear that you could have done it quicker. You could have done it without Dr. Turner and other career service, frankly, heroes to our nation, looking at this, but you didn't, even though we're in the hurricane season. And I guess and I just want to make sure I understand this, because you just wanted to make sure that it was done right, not necessarily done as quickly as possible, but done right. And even knowing that in itself, you could have been accused. You could be accused, and I guess someone might say that I am, of not doing it as quick as you could have done, knowing the fact that it's not usual for people in the federal government, half the employees, to publicly say, we want this individual to go.
That's correct.
Thank you, Admiral. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Klein for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Admiral, and thank you, Dr. Turner, for your service. We appreciate it. I'm not going to spend my time on the personnel issues, other than just to say that the reason probably that this is going on right now is because there are probably some statements made when Mr. Proenza brought forth his comments on QuickScat from NOAA. There's probably some personnel management issues within, but certainly it left some smoking guns out there for people to even make these situations. I've heard what you all said today. I appreciate the process you went through. It probably stirred some things up down there, and maybe that was the right thing to do to get to the bottom of it. I agree this is the middle of the hurricane season. Those of us who live in Florida and other places around the country, we're as concerned, and I appreciate your closing statement there about the responsibilities that NOAA and the Hurricane Center and the personnel take extremely seriously, and I appreciate that because I don't question any of that. I'm going to go back to QuickScat and go back to the equipment and the tools and those kinds of things. I'm fairly convinced that there's some relevance to QuickScat based on what I've heard up to this point, whether it's marine activities or whether it's some level of evaluation tool that's used by the forecasters. When I went down to the Hurricane Center, they specifically told me that it has some relevance. Whether it's 15% or some contribution, I think we'd all agree the more tools and the more information on the table, the better the analysis can be. And a question that I asked, your organization early on when I started raising some issues about this is, what is the backup, which I now believe is, being thoroughly evaluated. I was concerned it wasn't in as far as long as it should have been, and I hope that we've all learned that process since then, that we should be in a better position and continue to move along, and I want to encourage that so that if this thing does fail, whenever it fails, that we really have all the tools in place. We've had some other testimony today about this, and just give me your sense of, your professional sense of, if it does fail, how far off are we in terms of, recognizing, yes, we have most of what we need, but how far off are we, and are you satisfied that between the various tracking tools we have that we're going to be in a sufficient position?
Yes, thank you, and I appreciate your comments. First of all, let me caveat, I am trained as a scientist, and I consider myself a scientist, but in this role I am a manager, so I take the advice of my practicing scientists, and that's what you're hearing that temporized through my interpretation as a scientist. But I view the QuickScat as a very important instrument because it brings the surface vector wind field to I won't say it's the holy grail of forecasting, but it's a really nice thing to have as a fluid dynamicist. I would like to have that's an important variable. We had planned, obviously, for many years before QuickScat was determined to be so effective, which happened in the last year or two that we got into that, to use conical microwave imaging and sounding to provide those variables, those fields. So we're at the cutting edge kind of instrumentation to provide this surface vector wind field. We've been using the QuickScat information. It's an experimental satellite that had been built by NASA. It's been working fine, and we expect it to keep working. I'll keep my fingers crossed. But so I view that for this season we're in good shape. We have put on in our partnership with Europe. We have a EUMETSAT polar orbiting satellite that has something called ASSCAT on it, which is a scatterometer, an active instrument. It's on specs not quite as good as the QuickScat scatterometer, but that now is operating and is in place, and will be here until 2020 continuously. I've directed, and I'm sure you're aware of that be taken into account and looked at, put into the models to see how much of a difference that would make in a model. And remember, we're talking about a model, not necessarily. Remember, forecasts are made by forecasters, not by computers. It's still an art in a sense. And so that system's in place. But in addition to that, we continue to put in place one improvement after another. This year, we're putting 7 new hurricane buoys in place. It'll give ground truth on the surface of the ocean. We've never had that before. We have more accurate wind measurement instruments going on our Hurricane Hunter aircraft, which are very important for landfalling hurricanes, which is very important. In fact, remember, the scatterometer is most useful for hurricanes that are away from land and for tropical storms, basically, not landfalling hurricanes because of the speed limitation on QuickScat. So there's a number of issues. If I can keep going on, but I'm afraid that I'm not going.
And where I'm going with
part
this,
of what this hearing is.
That's right. Where I'm going with this, and this is part of where I'm interested, and I think members of Congress are, is whether we have the adequate tools in place. And there's a history that I'm a new member of Congress, but there's a history apparently in the last number of years of a lot of money that was put down the drain in a technology that has not gotten us where we wanted to be, and that was sort of going to be the next generation of where we're going with some of the equipment. So I want to be supportive. I know members want to be supportive of giving you the tools and doing what you need to do, including research. So I'm interested in knowing on the research side, what connects we need, where do we need to be helpful, but at the same time, there's got to be a good, frank, honest, and open relationship with the Congress and the American people to make sure that, we have the backing of the taxpayers to know we're doing the right thing. But we have to have this, and it's very important that whether it's quick scan or anything else, I don't want to hear a month ago, oh, well, it's very important, and all of a sudden, with Mr. Proenza's situation in the middle of this, it's not important, and then I hear some backtracking from some folks. That's the credibility gap that has developed out of this whole dynamic, which I think needs to be flushed out and gotten off the table, and we need to move on.
Can I make just two comments, and I know Dr. Turner is interested. First of all, I know it was just a euphemism, but I do not believe money has been poured down a rat hole on the satellite programs. What we have is a problem where the technical difficulties involved in creating the next generation of instruments took more time and more money than anybody ever anticipated to deliver. So we've had to reduce some of the risk on that so that we have the schedule and they can be delivered. That has been done. That's back on track. So that's good. Now, QuickScat is a potential filler of this surface vector wind field. We have pushed money in the direction. We have a study going. We are trying to look at a replacement for QuickScat based on the renewed, or I would say probably new interest, that it is the only, or it is the best replacement for that field as a matter of priority. And we're working on that with a study, and we'll make decisions as quickly as we can make them responsibly and come to you as the Oversight Committee and say this is the right place to invest money. Thank you.
Dr. Turner, you can respond to that. We are getting close to the end, but go ahead, Dr. Turner.
Yes, sir. I think the discussion about QuickScat has two dimensions. And certainly one dimension has been discussed quite a bit here, and that's the scientific dimension. And certainly it's a dialogue and discussion about the science and so forth of QuickScat and its replacement are certainly ripe fields for people to talk about. I think what concerned us in our assessment was the misrepresentation that Mr. Proenza made about what his staff was telling him about QuickScat and its importance to them and their forecasting. We were told on several occasions that his staff corrected his statements, told him why that they thought they were being taken out of context, and he continued to misrepresent their views. And I think that's the part that made them lose confidence in his integrity.
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, and I know my time's up, for the record, I did go down to the National Hurricane Center, as I said before. I asked two specific forecasters, veteran forecasters, specifically about the statements that Mr. Proenza was making. And they validated them independently. It was just a private conversation, but I was interested, and just they showed me, and they said, yeah, this is true, and this is what the value is. So I don't know what's been said since then, but there was a first-hand expression to me, and I know that was there. Now, what's happened since then, and different people can have different opinions, but I want to put that on the record.
Dr. Turner, you can complete your statement.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. All right. I know that there are further questions that I have, but we spent the better part of the day in this hearing. We have more documents to receive.
And thank you. And yeah, well, Mr. Chairman, you've been very generous, and I'll be quick. But I do think it's one of the things that I wish, in hindsight, well, even though we asked for it, it would have been helpful in order to clarify some of these questions, to get others to testify. None of those people that Congressman Klein and I spoke to on all sides of these issues were frankly invited to be up here, and I think that's frankly a little bit of a disservice. But again, I'm not here to point fingers. I just want to make that point that I think it would have been a more helpful, since we're unfortunately, I guess, going to continue to try to get into personnel issues as members of Congress. If we're going to do that, at least it would have been nice to have all the people involved and not just some. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, under our rules, the minority is allowed to bring witnesses and have. I think Dr. Turner is a witness of the minority.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we brought up.
We'll continue to.
We brought up one witness. It would have been good to have.
It's certain that we will have another hearing on this topic, since we still do not have all the documents. Let me take back the implication that was a criticism. I know we've asked in short order, with a very short time, for documents. We do need the documents. We do need to look at this. Now, the minority has said that for us to look at this is simply a personnel issue, but for you to look at it was the Lord's own work. That you had to look at it, you had to make sure that the National Hurricane Center, the Hurricane Center was doing its work.
That's their job.
Well, agreed. It's also our job in exercising oversight to know what goes on. I began this hearing, I know that Mr. Lamson wishes to make a final remark as well. I began this hearing saying I did not know what had happened at that hearing. Mr. Inglis has used the phrase, the majority's theory of the case. This isn't a case. I don't have a theory. I want to know what's happened. This exploded into national attention a couple of weeks ago. I think we all found out about it at the same time. I think we all see this as important. It is important. It is important to our role as members of the committee that has oversight jurisdiction of NOAA, of the Hurricane Center, to find out what is going on. And there's a lot more that I want to know. There will be other witnesses. As I pointed out earlier this week in a hearing of these two subcommittees, I don't want to hear complaints at the hearing about the procedures that we're using when there's been ample opportunity leading up to the hearing to talk about it. If there are witnesses that the minority wishes to call, let us know about it. Our staffs are in constant contact. The members know how to talk to each other as well. Members can get the cell phone numbers of other members. My home telephone number in Raleigh is in the phone book. I am visible on the floor. We can find each other, and to hear complaints of the procedures of the committee about who we have called or not called at the hearing does make me wonder if the purpose of the complaints is simply to distract attention from the subject of the hearing. There are still questions that I have. The minority has drawn out in its questioning the question about whether Mr. Proenza would retaliate against anyone, and that's why this management team needed to show up unannounced, which I'm sure felt to all the employees there like law enforcement serving a search warrant. I do not think that is an ordinary procedure, the ordinary way that a management team comes in to look at how an office, a center, is being run. There's been disputed question here about how well we are integrating the best science into our forecasting. I have heard, like Mr. Klein, not in anticipation of this hearing, not with someone with any axe to grind, but someone with expertise in atmospheric research, in meteorological research, who has told me that the forecasting by the Hurricane Center is not what it should be. It is not what we should expect with where science is today, and particularly, as others have pointed out since I raised the issue, intensification, the intensity of hurricanes, forecasting intensity is not what it should be. I've also heard inland flooding, forecast of inland flooding is far short of what it should be. Virtually all the lives lost in my state from hurricanes in the last few years have been from inland flooding. If we can be much better at that, as I have been told we can be, we should be. And I want to make sure, yes, there are some parallels here to the case of Moose Cobb, the Inspector General at NASA. When an important agency of government appears to melt down, it is appropriate for us to look at what has happened. Was it the case that there was resistance at this center to changes that needed to happen to improve the science, to do a better job of forecasting? Is that what happened?
The gentleman
well, in a moment I will.
Thank you, sir.
In a moment.
Thank you.
We depend upon critics within government to tell us what is going on. Our job of oversight depends upon people people within the government, employees, speaking freely to us to tell us what questions to raise. There is no question that Mr. Proenza was a critic, was willing to speak his mind, was willing to stand up to superiors in this department, in NOAA, in the Weather Service. We certainly, it is certainly appropriate to look at whether that is part of what happened here? Was this genuinely a revolt by those below him, or was this something provoked by those above him in the hierarchy? Those are all the questions that I still have, that this hearing has not answered. And we still have a good many more documents to be provided. I know Mr. Lamson wishes to be recognized. Let me recognize Mr. Diaz-Balart first, and then Mr. Lamson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, you're very kind to recognize me. I don't disagree with a lot of your questions, and I think the issue is as to whether we're getting the best forecasting available is something that this committee needs to look at and needs to continue to look at. Obviously, I question whether we should be dealing in the personnel issue, but if we're going to, and that's okay, because you chair the committee, so you can do what you'd like. It would just seem to me, Mr. Chairman, that there's some things that shouldn't be partisan. For example, if we're going to be looking at what happened in this particular case, it would seem to me that that the majority would want to get as many witnesses on all sides.
The gentleman yield on that.
Of course, sir.
Will you have any objection to our bringing employees of the National Hurricane Center here?
Absolutely not.
Or taking our committee there to take our committee there to have a field hearing?
If I may, Mr. Chairman?
It's your time.
Thank you. I'm not one to object or not object to what the majority wants to do. My
and
statement.
We'll assume that there won't be an objection.
My statement would be, though, however, twofold: that we should clearly not do anything that's going to jeopardize the ability of the forecasters in the heart of a hurricane season to do their job. I think we're already doing that as it is, and I think it would be highly irresponsible, borderline negligence, for us to continue to ask, not NOAA, continue to ask the Hurricane Center people to, spend their time doing things that are not just looking for hurricanes, number one. After the hurricane season is over, I think we should spend as much time. I would be a privilege and an honor to have you all in Miami, and I think you'd be highly impressed. I just do want to mention, though, that and again, I'm not crying over spilled milk, but we brought this up. But this was brought up. That we only had, I understand how the rules work, we had the ability to have one witness. It would seem to me that this should not be partisan. That if the majority wants to learn the facts, it shouldn't have to be a minority witness. It should be the witnesses that are available to find out what the facts are. And it's just, frankly, a little disheartening that such. And I look, it may be a little personal, and please bear with me. The men and women in the Hurricane Center are incredible professionals. Incredible professionals. You don't know them personally like I do. And when those people speak out, and then this committee has a hearing to find out why they spoke out and what happened, and they're not invited, is frankly sad. It really is sad. And again, we had one witness, we got it. It would have been nice for the majority to at least have the intention of, if you're trying to find out what's happening, you had Mr. Proenza, he's a great guy, I'm glad he was here. How is it possible to not call? I'm confused. How is it possible to not call some of those 20-plus people to have them up here? Yes, sir.
Do you know that we did call staff and that we did speak?
No, actually not at the
Hurricane
Center.
Not at the Hurricane Center.
And we
well, it is, as Mr. Diaz-Balart, as you have pointed out, it is the middle of a hurricane season now. Generally, the chair welcomes Mr. Diaz-Balart's suggestion that this committee have a field hearing in Miami in, say, December or January.
Mr. Chairman, you're a wise man.
The chair welcomes bipartisan contributions such as that. And Mr. Lamson.
I think that I got my question answered about support for the hearing and those support for having the right people come up here. That's there or here. It doesn't matter. But the point is,
after the hurricane season, right, Mr. Chairman?
We need to have those things. I would like to just mention in my part of closing that we did ask for some specific staff, high-ranking assistants to Admiral Lautenbacher to attend today. And granted, it was not done by letter. There was an understanding when staff asked. I don't think that's an inappropriate request, and in the future we would like for that certainly to be honored. we don't think that it's inappropriate to do so in that manner. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back my time, and I thank the panel for being here.
I also thank the panel for being here, and I appreciate what I expect to be continuing cooperation with the committee's work on this issue. I thank everyone for being here, and with that, the hearing is adjourned.